What's going on, everybody? Joseph Lead here for Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. What's going on, everybody? Joseph Lead here for Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. What's going on, everybody? Joseph Lead here for Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. What's going on, everybody? Joseph Lead here for Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. What's going on, everybody? Joseph Lead here for Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. What's going on, everybody? Joseph Lead here for Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. What's going on, everybody? Joseph Lead here for Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. What's going on, everybody? Joseph Lead here for Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. What's going on, everybody? Joseph Lead here for Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community.
What is going on, everybody? Good morning. Good morning. This is Joseph Hadid from Worldwide Sport Updates, your host, on this Sunday morning, April 3rd, 2022. I hope everybody's having a great weekend. Excuse me. Hopefully everybody's having a great weekend and making the best of it and enjoying what's being pretty much being offered over the weekend. Of course, sports, ladies and gentlemen, sports is buzzing. Sports it's all over the place. It is all over the place, folks. It definitely it is definitely something that that needs no, really no introduction, when it comes to sports. Ladies and gentlemen, again, we have a lot to talk about today. We definitely do. I mean, first and foremost, we witnessed what we expected was the unexpected. And what I mean by that is what you're looking behind me right now. March Madness, ladies and gentlemen, has took a whole different turn and a whole different level. Now, I know what you all thinking by now. You all thinking by now that, March Madness was not something we really expected to be this year. It screwed up our brackets. It, left and right, up and down, top to bottom. Everybody's brackets are screwed up. But for anybody that still has survived the NCAA March Madness brackets, kudos to you. Kudos to you, because we are down to 2 teams, ladies and gentlemen. Yes. From the women's side and from the men's side. So, kudos to you for staying alive with your brackets if you have really come this far. Now, personally, me, ladies and gentlemen, I picked Duke. I picked the Duke Blue Devils to take the whole thing, and guess what happened? The expected became the unexpected, pretty much. Yeah. So we are gonna start off with college basketball news, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, we're gonna start off with that. I'm not gonna go in order, even though I did pull up a list of exactly what needs to be talked on this show today. We have a lot to like I mentioned. We have a lot of ground to cover, though. We definitely do. We are going to talk about college basketball. We're going to recap the men's Final Four and the women's Final Four, and how we have come down to 2 teams from the men's side and from the women's side. Now, speaking of the women's side, the national championship is later on tonight. Yes. So we're going to preview that between the UConn Connecticut Huskies. Yes, the UConn Connecticut Huskies from the women's side versus the Gamecocks. Yes, not Stanford, but the Gamecocks. Yes, you heard that right, ladies and gentlemen. They're in the national championship. So we're going to talk about that. Also, from the men's side, yes, Kansas Jayhawks. Who knew? Who knew, right? Versus the North Carolina Tar Heels. So, we have a lot to talk about, folks. So, thank you for joining us. Welcome to Worldwide Sport Updates, ladies and gentlemen, on your Sunday morning edition. Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. So, we're going to talk about college basketball, men's and women's. We're going to talk about sports gambling. Sports gambling has been, ladies and gentlemen, one of the hottest topics this weekend. Not to mention, it has been, well, throughout the nature of sports in general, but sports gambling has been buzzing, and not only in college basketball, but it's been buzzing in the NBA as well. We're going to talk about NBA news as well. We're going to talk playoffs for the NBA, yes. Before you know it, ladies and gentlemen, the NBA playoffs will be here. Yes, we're in the month of April. So we're closing in. We're closing in. So we're going to talk about that. We're also going to talk about the MVP race in the NBA. Yes. So we're going to talk about that also. Also, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to talk about college baseball. Yes. So we have some breaking news from there that it just occurred to me this past week. I would love to share with everybody. So we're going to get to that. Also, ladies and gentlemen, women's soccer. We're going to talk about that throughout the show. And you guys will not be amazed. You guys are going to be truly amazed how the women in sports are making history, folks. They are making history. And in women's soccer this past week, we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about that. Also, we're going to talk about NHL. We're going to talk about NHL hockey, yes. For the first time ever on this show, we're going to talk about hockey. And the reason why we're going to talk about hockey is, well, the Stanley Cup. The Stanley Cup playoffs will be here before you know it. So everybody, ladies and gentlemen, are closing in on the regular season. The NHL hockey regular season is closing in before you know it. And the NBA regular season is closing in before you know it. And college basketball, hallelujah, hallelujah, college basketball is wrapping up. We have tonight's game, the national championship game in the women's picture. And then tomorrow, we have the national championship in the men's side. We're going to preview that, and we're going to talk about that here throughout the show. But hallelujah, thank God that college basketball is finally over. Oh my God, what a season it has been in college basketball, folks. Oh my God. Oh my God. What a ride. What a ride, I'll tell you that much. We're going to talk Major League Baseball news. Yes, we're going to talk free agency signings, ladies and gentlemen. Also, we're going to talk about the new Nike Connect jerseys that other teams have pitched and are going to be debuting and introducing themselves. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you guys are all familiar with the Nike Connect jerseys, right? We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about that. I know you all are familiar with them because they've been introduced before. But now more teams are coming in and jumping on the bandwagon to be part of the Nike Connect jerseys. Now, we'll get to that. We'll get that. But I hope everybody's familiar with them, though. Also, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to talk about women's hockey. And again, ladies and gentlemen, the women in sports are making history. They deserve the recognition, of course. They definitely do. So, women are making history, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, there is, ladies and gentlemen, there is a women's hockey sport. Yes, you heard that right. You don't need to wax your ears off. There is a women's hockey. Yes, so we're going to talk about that as well. Also, we're going to talk about NFL free agency signings. Yes, we're going to talk about NFL free agency signings and also some NFL news coming up here on this show. Also, ladies and gentlemen, due to the respect of the UFC and to Premier Boxing, those guys were off last night. But what was going on in the wrestling picture? Yes, WrestleMania 38. We have Part 1 results from Saturday night. We're going to talk about WrestleMania, WWE. We're going to talk about the Hall of Fame. Yes, a lot of people that deserve recognition for making it to the 2022 Hall of Fame inductees. And congratulations to them. We're going to get to that in a couple minutes here. But first and foremost, though, we are going to talk about college basketball, ladies and gentlemen. That's where we're going to start off with. So, again, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for coming on to the show. We appreciate you nonetheless. This is Worldwide Sport Updates, your host. Bottom of the screen here. For, again, Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. Ladies and gentlemen, by the way, before we get started, I want to thank you guys from the bottom of my heart. Now, you all know that last week we did not have a podcast, right? Now, I know everybody is wondering, why didn't Joseph have a streaming podcast last Sunday? Well, because we were popping bottles and popping champagne. That's pretty much why. Because thanks to you, ladies and gentlemen, we have hit on our YouTube channel. And this is without you guys. Without you guys, this would never happen. You know, from the bottom of our hearts, you guys are the real MVP for showing love, appreciation, and support, for following our page, for the latest up-to-date sports at your fingertips that you would like to receive each and every week throughout, our podcast when it's either recorded podcast or live streaming podcast, of course. But ladies and gentlemen, I want to just thank you from the bottom of my heart that ladies and gentlemen, we just found out last week our YouTube channel has been subscribed over 1,000 subscribers. So we already have 1,600 subscribers on our YouTube channel, folks. That is phenomenal. That is phenomenal. I mean, again, a lot of you are sharing it. A lot of you are, buzzing about it, talking about it. What else is out there? Tweaking it. Yeah, tweaking. Or no, Twitter. Is it Twitter? Sorry, I don't know. Where the heck did I come up with tweaking? Twitter. Twitting. Yeah, there we go. Twitting. So yeah, you guys are twitting. You're hashtagging. There we go. That's the word I'm looking for. So I know what you guys are all wondering. Did you do some tweaking last week? I know that's what you guys you were about to ask me. You know, when you were partying last week, Mr. Joseph, were you tweaking when you're popping bottles of champagne? You know, I know you guys are getting to that route. I know everybody wants to know, were you tweaking that you had to talk about tweaking? Like, I mean, but, hey, there's nothing wrong with shaking booty here and there, you know? Shake that thing, you know? You know, and then, you wobbing and beaving your bobbleheads. You know, I should start having a bobblehead. You know, like, actually, I should start creating a Joseph bobblehead where I could start, selling those those Joseph bobbleheads, and, you're going wobbling, shaking, and baking, you know. But, beside the point. Without you guys, though, I mean, this show would not be where it is today. Again, the Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. We can't thank you enough. Folks. And we appreciate you, each and every day, each and every week, nonetheless. For just like hashtagging, buzzing about it, twitting, okay. Twitting, Facebooking. I don't even know if that's such a word. Instagramming it, whatever, but we can't thank you guys enough. We really can't. I mean, over 1,000 subscribers. I mean, I'm speechless. I mean, at the same time, I'm thankful and blessed, but, I mean, without you guys, we would not be where we at. It's truly, truly amazing. And not to mention, folks, it shows that this is what I love to do. I'm very passionate about it. And, we strive for success. We strive for excellence, and we do our part each and every week when we're streaming, or whether it's a recorded podcast, and we deliver it. We deliver it nonetheless. But I know a lot of you guys really like to see me. I know you do. So it's really great to see me. I mean, I'm not lying. I could be lying, but it's always great to see me. It really is. If you see me in person, and you say hello, interact with me, if congratulate me if you get the chance to see me, in visual aid. But if you want to have dinner with me, you gotta call me and make reservations. All right, but I accept dinner plans too. So, but you gotta pick a favorite restaurant though. All right, I am not taking anything cheap. So, whatever it may be, I'm all ears. So, I mean, I don't know anybody out there, like Red Lobster, Olive Garden. I don't know. What else is out there? What else can I think of? Yeah, do not talk to me about McDonald's, Burger King, or Wendy's. I mean, even though I like those fast food restaurants, and then you got Applebee's. Applebee's is pretty good too. Yeah, I was at Applebee's last week, so. Yeah, alright, so. Good stuff indeed. But, yeah, just don't be cheap on me, though. Alright, hopefully I'm not cheap on you either. But, first and foremost, though, let's start off with the women's basketball, ladies and gentlemen. Let's start off with the women's college basketball. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're down to the national championship. We are down to the national championship from the women's side and, from the men's side. So, later on tonight, we have UConn versus Gamecocks. We're going to preview that. But let's now, you guys are all wondering, how did the Gamecocks punch their ticket to the national championship? How did the UConn Huskies punch their ticket to the national championship? Well, we have all the details, don't we? Of course we do. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you this right now. What a story. And you know what? This is what this show is going to be all about today. A lot of people are writing their story, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of teams out there are writing their story. You know, you talk about story in the making, storybook in the making. And one of them, ladies and gentlemen, is Paige. Paige, I know you guys are all familiar with who Paige is. Paige, ladies and gentlemen, she is without a doubt truly an amazing basketball player. A professional athlete, nonetheless. Paige Buckers, ladies and gentlemen. Or I think she goes by Paige Buckers or Paige Buchers. Sorry if I'm pronouncing that name wrong. But ladies and gentlemen, what a comeback from Paige. If you all recall, during the season, Paige was out with an injury, with an apparent injury. She missed serious amounts of games. Look at this. Midway through the end of the season, she comes back. And all of a sudden, out of the blue, the UConn Connecticut Huskies go on this triumphant run in the postseason. Incredible what Paige is doing. But then you guys cannot forget about Aaliyah Boston. No, you cannot forget about Aaliyah Boston. And speaking of Aaliyah Boston, she's on the other opposing side of the field of March Madness. She's the member of this the Gamecocks. She's on the roster of the Gamecocks, ladies and gentlemen. So this is story in the making here. This is actually a game to watch tonight. Tip-off time is, I believe, at 8 o'clock. So you're talking Paige Buchers versus Aaliyah Boston, folks. Aaliyah Boston. But then there's other people out there that also need some recognition. And who am I talking about, folks? Who am I talking about? I'll tell you exactly who I'm talking about. I am talking about, ladies and gentlemen, Caitlin Clark. Caitlin Clark, ladies and gentlemen. Caitlin Clark, who posted a double-double. Maybe throughout the season, I think she did post a triple-double. But yeah, Caitlin Clark has been on a serious eyebrow-raising performance. I mean, what a season! I'll tell you that. What a season! What a season! But ladies and gentlemen, I mean, what Paige is doing for the UConn Connecticut Huskies to get this far, it's truly amazing. It's truly amazing. I mean, I'm impressed. I mean, and you talk about the head coach of the UConn Connecticut Huskies, ladies and gentlemen. He's 11-0 in the national championship, if you all recall. Yeah, he's 11-0, folks. And by the way, his name, if you're all familiar with him, his name is Gino Urama. He's 11-0 in the national championship games during his career with the UConn Connecticut Huskies, folks. He is 11-0. 11-0. That is truly tremendous. You know, what has to give now? You know? I mean, what has to give? What has to give? So you have Gino Uroma, who's 11-0 in the national championship, ladies and gentlemen, and Paige Buchers, who was injured throughout the season, comes back all of a sudden and takes the UConn Connecticut Huskies on a tremendous postseason run. It is incredible. Incredible. So now you're all asking, how did they punch their ticket? You know, how did the UConn Connecticut Huskies get this far? I mean, Paige, again, she went out with an apparent injury, got healthy at the right time, at the right place, at the right time. You know, she kept her mental focus, folks. She kept her mental focus, her health in great shape, and that, ladies and gentlemen, it did not stop her none whatsoever. That did not stop her none whatsoever. And this is what I'm talking about when women need recognition in sports. Women need recognition in sports, ladies and gentlemen. They definitely need recognition in sports. They need to be recognized for what they do each and every day. You know, it's truly amazing. The women need their recognition. They definitely do. So, now you all ask, how did the Huskies get this far? How did they really get this far? I mean, folks, let's go back and we'll tell you how they got this far. I mean, if you go back to, let's say, when was the last? All right, so the last regular season game for the UConn Connecticut Huskies from the women's side is when they beat Providence back on February 27th. Final score there was 88-31. All of a sudden, ladies and gentlemen, the UConn Connecticut Huskies, they go to the Big East tournament. Okay? They're in it. They start off against Georgetown. They beat Georgetown 84-38. Final score on March 5th. And then on March 6th, they had a game against Marquette. UConn Connecticut Huskies, they beat Marquette. On March 6th, they beat them 71-51 by 20 points. And then all of a sudden, it was Villanova Wildcats in the Big East tournament on March 7th. Ladies and gentlemen, in the Big East tournament, okay, it was Villanova Wildcats and UConn Connecticut Huskies, where the UConn Connecticut Huskies, they beat Villanova Wildcats on March 7th, 70-40 was your final score. They beat them by 30 points. And then all of a sudden, ladies and gentlemen, the NCAA tournament comes around. All right, so they were the number 2 seed. Okay, they were recognized as the number 2 seed in the NCAA March Madness brackets. So their first opponent in the NCAA first round matchup was against number 15 Mercer. So the UConn Connecticut Huskies, they beat Mercer 83-38. And then in the NCAA tournament in the second round, they went against the United Central Florida basketball team, where the UConn Connecticut Huskies, they beat Central Florida 52-47 on Monday, March 21st. And then in the Sweet 16 tournament, the UConn Connecticut Huskies went up against Indiana. On March 26th, the UConn Connecticut Huskies beat Indiana 75-58, your final score there. And then comes the Elite 8 tournament. The Elite 8 tournament, the UConn Connecticut Huskies, they knocked off North Carolina State, folks. North Carolina State was number 1 in the Elite 8 tournament. And that game went to overtime. UConn Connecticut Huskies gave it all they got. And UConn won that game 91-87 in overtime. on March 28th, ladies and gentlemen. And then here's where we at. The Final Four this past week on April 1st, on Friday, April 1st, ladies and gentlemen. The UConn Connecticut Huskies went up against the defending NCAA champions from last year, the Stanford Cardinals. Yes, the Stanford Cardinals, ladies and gentlemen, who won the NCAA championship last year. They knocked them off. And they were the number 1 seed in the Final Four. What an upset. What an upset for a number 2 team to knock off the number 1 team. Now, I mean, folks, look at this. This is you probably heard this before, and you probably don't want to hear it ever again. I mean, what is a number 2 seed? Where do you see a number 2 seed that cannot perform better than a number 1 seed? You know what I mean? I mean, we've heard that before. Yes, we have. You know, a number 2 seed could do way better than a number 1 seed. And the UConn Connecticut Huskies, as a team, they proved that. They did that. They showed up, and again, they kept that mental focus, ladies and gentlemen. They kept that energy. They kept that mindset. The team chemistry was there, and they were clicking on both sides of the court, offense and defense, ladies and gentlemen. And Paige, ladies and gentlemen, she is the momentum shifter here. She is the talk of the talks, folks. She definitely is. So let's go back here and recap again. The final score on April 1st was 63-58, your final. Again, they have a great record, 30-5 on the season, and they knocked off Stanford, ladies and gentlemen, who were 32-4 in the season. So let's talk stats. Let's see here. So first and foremost, let's see. Well, we need to see if we can bring up this page up to date. Okay, here we go. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about the Connecticut Huskies and who really had a great performance on April 1st. So you talk about Olivia Nelson Ottawa, who is the forward. She plays forward position, ladies and gentlemen. She had 10 rebounds, 2 assists, and 8 points in that game against the defending NCAA champions from last year. And then you talk about Aaliyah Edwards, ladies and gentlemen, who had 8 rebounds, 2 assists, and 9 points. And ladies and gentlemen, you talk about Kirsten Williams, who had 2 rebounds, 2 assists, and 10 points. So nobody on that team really had a double-double night. But again, who gives a damn about double-double, right? It is all about performance. How you stay consistent and how you stay dominant, and not to mention, folks, how your game plan scheme works in your favor. I mean, when you have a game plan and you have that approach, you're solid. You're solid. I mean, and then you talk about Paige, ladies and gentlemen. Paige, the woman that who has an amazing story of a triumphant return this season. She put up 14 points, ladies and gentlemen, had 4 rebounds, and 5 assists, folks. 5 assists. Yes. 14 points. I think it was her and Kirsten Williams who had double-digit nights on April 1st. Kirsten Williams had 10 points. Paige Buchers had 14. So Paige Buchers had 14. Kirsten Williams had 10. Again, Paige had 14 points, 4 rebounds, and 5 assists against the Stanford Cardinals, the NCAA defending champions from last year, and they knocked them out cleanly too. What a good fight game, actually, I have to say, folks. I mean, they fought, and they definitely knocked them off. So now the title's up for grabs, and the momentum is pretty much open, clear air between the UConn Connecticut Huskies and this matchup will now end against the Gamecocks. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is tonight. We talk about it. Read it and weep. Pretty much. Read it and weep, folks. Yes. I think that's what they say. Read it and weep. So it's again. So they'll be going up against the South Carolina Gamecocks later on tonight at 8 p.m. tip-off time, folks. It will be the Gamecocks versus the UConn Connecticut Huskies. So, first and foremost, folks, this is going to be it is going to be a heck of a game. I'll tell you what. It is going to be probably a history in the making game here that we will probably never forget in watching. I mean, you're talking about another number 2 seed going up against the number 1 seed. And, ladies and gentlemen, there was a lot of number 1 seeds in the women's picture. Yes, there was a lot. There was a slew of them. Again, you were talking about Stanford Cardinal. They were the number 1 seed. They got knocked out. And then you talk about another number 1 seed team that got knocked out. Again, that was North Carolina State, who got knocked out in the Elite 8 tournament against the UConn Connecticut Huskies. So, ladies and gentlemen, the UConn Connecticut Huskies have been, they've been, I'll tell you what, they've been making noise. They've been making noise in this tournament. And speaking of making noise, the South Carolina Gamecocks, they knocked out Louisville. Yeah, they knocked out Louisville, I believe, in... let me see. Let me go back here and see. Yeah, they knocked them out in the Final Four. Actually, was it? Yeah, the Final Four. Yeah, so this is how South Carolina punched their ticket to the national championship. South Carolina Gamecocks beat Louisville 72-59 in the Final Four on Friday, April 1st, ladies and gentlemen. And again, we can talk about that game real quick. Again, folks, man, I mean, look at this. South Carolina Gamecocks, folks, they are 34-2 on the season. The Louisville Cardinals, they were 29-5 on the season, and they beat them on April 1st, 72-59, your final score. And ladies and gentlemen, look at this. This woman does not need no introduction, none whatsoever. Aaliyah Boston, folks. She had a double-double night. Outstanding. I kid you not. 23 points, 18 rebounds, and 4 assists, folks. Great performance. I mean, what is there Aaliyah Boston does not do, folks? I mean, when you mention her name in that same sentence, what is there Aaliyah Boston cannot do that she did perform in Friday's matchup against the Louisville Cardinals? So she had a double-double night. A double-double night, folks. 23 points, 18 rebounds, and 4 assists. Man, this woman could play ball. This woman could play ball. Talk about 18 rebounds. Oh, my God. And then you talk about Victoria Saxton, folks. She plays the forward position. She had 10 points, 3 rebounds, and 1 assist. And then you talk about the Satani Henderson, who had 11 points in the game, 1 rebound, and 4 assists. And then you talk about Bria Beal, who had 12 points, 3 rebounds, and 3 assists. And then Zia Cook, who plays for the guard position for the South Carolina Gamecocks. She had 10 points, 1 rebound, and 0 assists to show for it. But, ladies and gentlemen, those probably were the names that I mentioned. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Your five greatest performance on the courts. Those were the playmakers that knocked off the Louisville Cardinals 72-59 on April 1st, ladies and gentlemen. Yes. So, crazy stuff. Crazy stuff indeed. I'll tell you what. So, and Aaliyah Boston, folks, her performance, lights out performance, a double-double night, sealed it all for the South Carolina Gamecocks to punch their ticket to the NCAA National Championship. So, I mean, it's truly awesome stuff. Truly amazing, nonetheless. Now, when I talk about women, they need their recognition. You got to give. By the way, what a phenomenal run by Louisville Cardinal player, ladies and gentlemen. She had an amazing performance. She was tied for the most steals in a single NCAA tournament since the year 1998. She posted, ladies and gentlemen, 23 points. 23 points. And, ladies and gentlemen, again, 23 points tied. Tied for the most steals in a single NCAA tournament since 1998. And, ladies and gentlemen, she goes by the name of Emily Exteller. Yeah, Exteller. That's her name. Emily Exteller. Emily Exteller. What a phenomenal run she had, folks. Emily Exteller. She had a phenomenal run for the Louisville Cardinals before that loss against South Carolina Gamecocks. And folks, I mean, with her performance against South Carolina Gamecocks on Friday, April 1st, she had 18 points, 9 rebounds, one shy of a double-double. She did not post a double-double. She only had 9 rebounds, but she did post 18 points, and she had 1 assist. But she was one shy of a double-double night. Not to mention Haley Vane. She also was a shy of a double-double night, but she came up short as well. She had 9 points and 9 rebounds. That's it. So basically, I think it was Haley and Emily Exteller. Actually, no. I think 3 players posted double-digit nights. So it was Emily Exteller who posted 18 points total. Olivia Cochran, she posted 14 points. And Kiana Smith, who only posted 14 points in that loss against South Carolina Gamecocks. So Kiana Smith, Emily Exteller, and Olivia Cochran all came up short in that loss. But 3 of those that I mentioned, they did post double-digit points on that night in that loss against the South Carolina Gamecocks. So they gave it all they got, but they lost 72-59 as we speak. And folks, there's another person that needs recognition. Talk about women. I mean, well, we all know in the month of March it was Women's History Month, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, women are making history in sports, and they're getting recognized for it, and they should get recognized for it, as they should. Women should be valued for their performance and recognized for everything that they do in the game of sports, no doubt about it. I mean, we cannot, just sit and sleep on the women, because the women, they could, ladies and gentlemen, women in sports, they can truly amaze you. They could do pretty much the impossible. Well, they could do the impossible, pretty much is what I'm trying to get at here. They could do wonders. They could raise some eyebrows, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah. So, but ladies and gentlemen, speaking of women's history, I mean, again, we know it was National Women's Month in the month of March. But with that being said, there's another woman that needs recognition, and she is So look at this: the South Carolina Gamecocks are in the national championship, and not only is it thanks to Aaliyah Boston, folks, who have. I mean, Aaliyah Boston, she's a playmaker who got the South Carolina Gamecocks this far to the national championship. But ladies and gentlemen, another woman that needs recognition, and she was a player back in the day in the college basketball picture. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to head coach Dawn Staley, who just became the highest paid African American women in college basketball, $22.4 million on a 7-year contract deal, ladies and gentlemen. That is truly phenomenal for an African American female to get $22 million on a 7-year contract for the South Carolina Gamecocks. That is goosebumps money right there, folks. That gives me chills for a women to be recognized for their amazing head coach abilities. I mean, this is why they're in the national championship for a reason, right? So, I mean, she deserves it. Well-deserved money for her. Man, well-deserved. Don't spend it too quickly, though. Don't spend it too quickly, but have fun with it. You know, live your life to the fullest. You definitely deserve it, Dawn Staley. Oh, my God. Standing ovation for you. Nonetheless, talk about good money right there. On a 7-year contract, $22 million. Who wouldn't take that deal? You know, so awesome performance. I mean, awesome negotiation, the deal, contract extension, whatever it may be. But truly amazing. I mean, and this is what we talk about when it comes to involving women, folks. I mean, women, man, women in sports, they're something. They're something. And they get recognized for it. They as they should. So, a first African American female, folks, a $22 million contract on a 7-year deal. It is truly amazing. Truly amazing nonetheless. All right. With that being said, I think we covered all the main points from the college women's picture. I believe so. So we recapped the Final Four of the women's basketball picture. We did talk about some college women's news. And now, the moment you guys have been waiting for. What's your prediction for tonight? Oh, man. I can read your minds. I can definitely do. I mean, which is very, very good. But I'm not a mind reader. Hopefully I'm not. I'm not trying to get that far. But folks, with that being said, time for predictions. The national championship is tonight. It is scheduled for 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern time. Tip-off time. This is going to be a history in the making basketball game. I'll tell you what. I mean, I'm looking forward to this. This is going to be truly an amazing game to watch. I kid you not. This game is... I mean, you talk about, again, Aaliyah Boston in her amazing run. Dawn Staley, who just signed a $22 million contract on a 7-year deal. Truly amazing. You know, something has to give. And again, ladies and gentlemen, Aaliyah Boston, I mean, she is eyebrow raising with her double-doubles. I mean, the girl could post a double-double when it's necessary. I kid you not, folks. She could post a double-double when it's necessary. So, with that being said, you talk about the other opposing team, the UConn Connecticut Huskies, and their amazing season as well. So, it is the national championship. Again, the UConn Connecticut Huskies versus the South Carolina Gamecocks. So, prediction time. I mean, you're talking the number 1 seed versus the number 2 seed. Yeah. The number 1 seed versus the number 2 seed. So, I mean, I'm trying to come to this point. It's tough. It's tough. The UConn Connecticut Huskies are 30-5. That's their record. South Carolina Gamecocks are 34-2. Only 2 losses. UConn Connecticut Huskies had 5. But there's a lot of story in this game. There's a lot. There's a lot of story to be written in this game. So, if I had to go with the winner of tonight's national championship, I am going to go with the UConn Connecticut Huskies. Yeah. I'm going to go with UConn. The number 2 seed upsetting the number 1 seed. Again. Because that amazing run by the UConn Connecticut Huskies has been truly phenomenal all season. And how far they've gotten. Not only were they involved in 3 East, the East tournament, the Big East. Was it? They were involved in. Ladies and gentlemen, they were involved in not only one. Okay, they were not only involved in one, but they were involved in 3. Yeah. 3. 3 Big East. Hold up. Why can I not pull this up anymore? Yeah, they were involved in 3 Big East tournaments. Yeah. They were involved, ladies and gentlemen, in 3 Big East tournaments. So, with that being said, I think, in my eyes, UConn Connecticut is the heavy favorite. They, and not to mention, folks, they were, during the Big East tournament, they were the number 1 seed. But by the time the NCAA March Madness was about to kick off and get underway in the month of March, they had to be granted the number 2 seed. Okay, based off which team, placing each team where they belong. After their amazing season, of course. So they were considered the number 2 seed. And you know what? I feel like Connecticut Huskies, they don't look back. They look forward, and they look at what task at hand is really important for them to grasping a title. And I think Connecticut Huskies, they have all the tools, along with Page, again, who had a a history triumphant return. Again, the woman was out with an apparent injury during the regular season. And the Connecticut Huskies, they did not, ladies and gentlemen, they did not panic. They did not freak out. They did not start worrying about, oh, we lost our star player, Paige. Potentially, it could have been for the whole season. They did not lose any hope or momentum. That mindset and that energy and that chemistry and that mental focus and the energy in that locker room, their speech talks, their everything, working together, their schemes, their game plan, all of it is working in their favor. And it only puts that last piece in the puzzle to connect the whole puzzle together, to make that puzzle complete as a whole. And it was Paige that was the missing antidote to grasping a title for the UConn Connecticut Huskies school program. And I think Connecticut has everything in place to get the job done. So I am going with Connecticut. Now, can you see Aaliyah Boston, shocking the whole world too? I mean, the question on everybody's mind, and people are probably going to ask me this in the comment section, don't you believe that the Connecticut Huskies... No, hold on. Let me go back here. Do you believe the Connecticut Huskies are capable of stopping Aaliyah Boston from performing a double-double night? It is all about that defense. Now, the women, ladies and gentlemen, in the NCAA, they play 4 quarters of basketball. Yeah, so they play 4 quarters. But with the men, they play first half and second half. Okay? So they don't play 4 quarters. They only play the first half and the second... the first period and the second period, I'm sorry. Okay? So they play the first period and the second period. But for the women, they play 4 quarters of basketball. Are the Connecticut Huskies defense capable? Can they be that dominant in stopping Aaliyah Boston from posting a double-double night tonight in the national championship? I mean, again, the tools are there. The tools are there. This is why when you talk about the number 1 seed versus the number 2 seed, anything is possible. Anything is possible. It is all about coming out and showing who's hungry. Who's hungry? Who wants it more? And we saw yesterday, folks. We saw yesterday Villanova from the men's side. Villanova versus the Kansas Jayhawks. Villanova was number 2. And the Kansas Jayhawks were number 1. And we found out that Kansas Jayhawks, who were panicking because they were losing so much momentum in the first half. Villanova was up. If anybody watched that game yesterday, Villanova was up. But come the second period, Kansas Jayhawks came with an answer. And Villanova had no answer for it. Had none. I had none. I mean, to be honest with you, they were shocked where this Kansas Jayhawks run was coming from. I mean, whatever was said in that locker room, the Kansas Jayhawks performed. So they did it. They did it. So, I mean, it should be interesting. It should be interesting, but I do like UConn coming up with a victory tonight. I think UConn has all the ingredients to make something, again, it's going to be talked about for many years. It is going to be talked. I mean, if ladies and gentlemen, if UConn, if they could pull off this win tonight, I mean, not only are they going to talk about UConn being the national champions of the world, of the school program. Not only are they going to talk about UConn being your national champions of the year 2022, but they're going to talk about what Paige went throughout the season to come this far to achieving a national title for the school program. So, think about that for a minute. I mean, again, folks, after tonight's game, after the women's national title game tonight, not only are they going to talk about UConn being your national champions of this year, but they're going to talk about the amazing triumphant return of Paige and how far they've come as a basketball team in school program history to do the impossible, the possible. And it is going to be something epic. I'll tell you what. It is going to be something epic. So, get your popcorn ready. I mean, this one is a must-see television tonight. So, we'll see how it goes, for sure. All right. So, again, prediction, UConn, Connecticut are going to be your national champions after tonight. Okay. Let's talk about the men's. All right. Let's talk about the men's. Let's talk about the men's college basketball. And how did we get this far, huh? I mean, now, speaking of the men's national championship is tomorrow night. It's tomorrow night. I think tip-off time is at 9 o'clock Eastern time. 9 o'clock Eastern time, tip-off time. So, it is the Kansas Jayhawks. Who would have thought? Who would have thought Kansas Jayhawks versus the North Carolina Tar Heels in the national championship? See where I'm going with this? Who expected the North Carolina Tar Heels to be in the national championship with the Kansas Jayhawks? Now, this is where sports gambling comes in. Everybody out there that's listening to me right now, if your bracket is still safe, please raise your hand or comment down below and let me know if your bracket is still alive. If it's still alive and well and kicking right now. Now, at this point, I mean, I could pretty much I could say hypothetically that everybody's brackets are screwed up. At this point, who would have thought? Who would have thought the unexpected would be the expected, where it would be... Well, actually, who thought the expected would be the unexpected? Who thought the unexpected would be the expected? That Kansas Jayhawks are in it versus the Tar Heels. The Tar Heels. I mean, folks, it is at this point. At this point, I mean, if your bracket is still safe, let me know. Let me know. Because you deserve a round of applause if your bracket is still clean right now. If you pick, did anybody out there even pick possibly the North Carolina Tar Heels to win it all? Or the Kansas Jayhawks to win it all? Has anybody out there, Alright, so, ladies and gentlemen, speaking of sports gambling, anybody familiar with Mattress Mac? Is anybody familiar with Mattress Mac? Well, here's some breaking news. So, it was brought to my attention yesterday that Mattress Mac, ladies and gentlemen, now, so, this man right here, I don't know where he gets his money from. I seriously do not know where he gets his money from. This man right here, not only, Mattress Mac, ladies and gentlemen, has been probably the hottest topic of them all with sports gambling, folks. With sports gambling, he has been probably one of the most hottest topics that loves sports gambling in its entirety, folks. And this man right here, not only during this, during the Super Bowl, where he put up billions of dollars on the Bengals to win the Super Bowl, and they lost to the Los Angeles Rams. We all know that. And then I believe he also put a bet on during, I believe, the Bengals versus the Titans game, where he picked the Titans to beat the Bengals, and then unfortunately the Bengals beat the Titans, and he lost his money there too. And if I recall, he also put some money down on the NCAA tournament, a slew of some teams that were going to win, and they all lost. So I believe he lost some money there. And now all of a sudden, ladies and gentlemen, last night, my phone was buzzing, and I come up with an article stating that Mattress Mac, ladies and gentlemen, I think that message came to me around, let's say, between 2 and 4 o'clock in the morning. Yeah. So I want to hashtag some people in here. I really do. So, hold on, bear with me here, folks. All right, so I got a message. All right, I got a message on my phone, and my phone was buzzing all night. So around between 2 and 4 o'clock in the morning. All right, and I know Mattress Mac during that time, he was at the casino having the hots for the slots. I know he was. Because, and you know why I know? Because I got a notification saying that Mattress Mac put, now, I don't know which one it is. Okay, I really don't. But here, bear with me here, folks, because I'm gonna put hashtag some people in here, because this, to me, I think this is funny right now. But yeah, bear with me here, folks. So I'm gonna hashtag some people in here. All right, so. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, my phone was buzzing. All right, my phone was buzzing all night. Okay? My phone was buzzing all night. My phone was buzzing all night. Between 2 and 4 o'clock in the morning. And why was my phone buzzing? Because Mattress Mac was at the casino having the hots for the slots, ladies and gentlemen. And all of a sudden, I hear that Mattress Mac himself, okay, he put up $3.3 million to turn that $3.3 million to almost $6 million, folks. Yeah. To turn that $3.3 million to $6 million. Okay? That was the potentially given reports that I've been hearing. But other reports are stating excuse me. But other reports are stating that Mattress Mac, ladies and gentlemen, has posted $5.5 million to possibly turn that $5.5 million to $10.5 million, folks. For Kansas Jayhawks to win the national championship. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we know the history here. Okay? This is not rocket science. I know it's not. For some people, maybe it's not. So, if you all recall and remember, back in the day, the Kansas Jayhawks, ladies and gentlemen, Misho, you're absolutely right. It should be behind me, but the reason why I'm putting it in front of me, because he's kind of the hot topic right now, and I want to get my information out there. Like, I'm trying to make a point, but you're absolutely right. It should be behind me. It should, but hopefully you see me where I'm going with this. But with that being said, if you all recall, ladies and gentlemen, that last night's game between Villanova and the Kansas Jayhawks, those two teams had history. And according to articles and reports, ladies and gentlemen, there has always been a slew of history in school program history between those two basketball program teams, that whoever wins that game goes on to the national championship and wins it all. Right or wrong? Okay, I'm right. So, I think Mattress Mac here definitely did his homework and his research. Because all of a sudden now I'm hearing articles and reports that Mr. Mattress Mac himself wants to put $5.5 million to turn that possibly to $10.5 million in winnings. And ladies and gentlemen, look at this. The Kansas Jayhawks, to possibly win this championship, are right now plus 190 of odds. For all sports gamblers out there, they are at plus 190 right now to win the national championship. So, in a way, that is serious money. So, whether Mattress Mac is putting $3.3 million or $5.5 million, that $3.3 million is going to turn to $6 million. Or that $5.5 million is going to turn to $10.5 million. However you're going to cash your chips, Mattress Mac, however you want to play, I mean, it's your money. It's your money. I'm not stopping you. But, you know, his odds are in favor. His odds are in favor. And I think Mattress Mac has picked this has picked this bet at the right place at the right time. I mean, again, folks, I'm not lying to you when I say my phone was buzzing on notifications. It made me want to put it on Do Not Disturb list last night. It wanted me to put it on Do Not Disturb list last night because Mattress Mac had the hots for the slots at 2 o'clock, between 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock in the morning. He was at the casino, folks. That's why my phone was buzzing. While I was in bed counting sheep. I was counting sheep and my phone's going off like, you know, it is too early for my phone to go off and for me to wake up. And I'm like, what's going on here? Is the world ending or something? I open my phone and I look at it, and Mattress Mac is at the casino having the hots for the slots. Where he posted, one article told me that he put $3.3 million, and the other article told me he put $5.5 million. So which one is which, I have no idea, but I mean, folks, when you're at the casino late at night, you know, try to keep that personal information to yourself, and please do not share it out to the world exactly what you're doing at the casino, because it is private information. But for Mattress Mac, I don't think he gives a crap what he does with his money, because it's his money. You know, whether he wins or loses, I mean, he's a gambler. He's a gambler, folks, and he's done it. This is not the first time Mattress Max has been in the talks of the gambling process. He's been there before. He knows what's at stake, and he's gonna play with this money regardless. So, I mean, in a way, in the subject of talks, you could say Mattress Mac is the GOAT of all goats with his money. Right or wrong, he's probably the GOAT of all goats with his money, whether he wins or loses. But my question is, where the heck does he get his money from? And, you know, how's this guy rich? You know, after losing possibly millions or billions of dollars from the Super Bowl game that he cashed, he put his chips on, where he put his money on the Bengals, and the Rams beat the Bengals in the Super Bowl this past year. So, I mean, I don't know. At this point, you know, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. All right. With that being said, folks, let's go back and talk about how each team made it this far. Again, to the national championship. Again, the national championship is tomorrow night at 9 o'clock tip-off time, Eastern time. I believe the game starts at 9:20, but it is the Tar Heels versus the Kansas Jayhawks. So, again, to anybody out there that still has a bracket, God bless you. God bless you to anybody out there that still has a bracket. And to all the people that their brackets have been screwed up, well, again, the expected became the unexpected. It's pretty much where I'm getting at here. I mean, who would have thought? Ladies and gentlemen, look, I'm not going to lie to you. There's no reason to lie. I picked the Duke. I picked Duke Blue Devils to take it all. I kid you not. Now the reason why, I'm not gonna hide it. I'm not gonna hide it. I'm gonna come out in the open and say it. It's because of the history and the story in the making of Coach K. Yeah. How far Coach K was possibly going to be getting to, and getting this far with Pablo Benchero. Ladies and gentlemen, by the way, kudos to Pablo Benchero. What a phenomenal run this kid had. Pablo Benchero, folks. What a phenomenal run. I mean, yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, I saw the press conference, all right, between the Duke Blue Devils and that game against the North Carolina Tar Heels. And Coach K, in his quotes, ladies and gentlemen, said, "It is not all about me. It is not all about me. It's all about the players that are here with me." That's what his quotes were. It's all about the team. It's not all about me. Now, what did he mean by that? What did he mean by that? I think he made it crystal clear. He made it crystal clear, and he said, it's all about the team. It's not about him. Because pretty much he stated his point, saying that Coach K already knows what he does best and what he's capable of. Now, I want to throw something out there to everybody out there that is a Coach K fan, that is a Duke Blue Devils fan. Ladies and gentlemen, will Coach K pull off a Tom Brady and come back next year? Will he come back? Will he come back for one more game? I mean, let's hashtag that question. Let's hashtag that question. All right, will Coach K pull off a Tom Brady and come back for one more run? What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Will Coach K pull off a Tom Brady and come back for one more run? I'll tell you what. I am not totally convinced that this could be Coach K's final run. I think yesterday that loss probably ate him up. And when I say it ate him up, folks, Coach K is now 50-50 versus the North Carolina Tar Heels. Before yesterday's game, North Carolina had 49 wins and had 5 national titles. Yeah. I did my homework, folks. They had 49 wins and 5 national titles. Coach K had 50 wins and 5 national titles. But now, After last night's upset, the number 8 seed knocking off the number 2 seed, Coach K is 50-50 now, folks, versus the North Carolina Tar Heels. And I think that really bothered him so much that it really made him feel like he wants to come back for one more run. I don't think he's going to take that lightly. Because, folks, look at it from this perspective point of view here. When you love the game, when you love the nature of it, it's hard to leave it. Right or wrong. I mean, we already seen Tom Brady's characteristics. Right? We saw Tom Brady's characteristics. I mean, the guy won 6 Super Bowls with the New England Patriots. Alright? He jumped ship to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Alright? He won his 7th Super Bowl with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Right? Alright, so this past season, he lost to the Los Angeles Rams at Raymond James Stadium. Okay? He lost. Keyword here is lost, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, so now, all of a sudden, the internet goes wild. Alright, the internet goes wild. And Tom Brady goes away for 2 months. Okay? Tom Brady is away for 2 months. Alright, so now all of a sudden, before March Madness, the internet broke loose again. Tom Brady announces he's coming back after 2 months. So, I have that gut feeling. I mean, even though Coach K, you might all think that, you know what? Yeah, he's probably gonna ride off to the sunset. He's gonna enjoy his well-deserved retirement. I don't think he's gonna let this go. I have that gut feeling where Coach K still has that one more run left in him. I just have that gut feeling. I mean, folks, at this point, I'm going to tell you this right now. Tom Brady has been an inspiration to everybody in the nature of sports. I mean, you're talking about a guy, the oldest quarterback in sports, in the sports generation of our generation in today's era. He is 45 years old, still playing the game of football in our generation today. And he is an inspiration and motivation to everybody. Because, folks, I'm going to tell you right now, by the time you reach to Tom Brady's level, and your wife tells you to go out and throw the garbage at the age of 45, and you can't do it, you got to go back and remind yourself that Tom Brady is still playing football at the age of 40 to almost 50 years old, which I think he's thinking about reaching up to that level. So, guys, ladies and gentlemen, this is not a laughing matter. I'm being really serious about this. By the time you reach up to your 40s, close to your 50s, and your wife tells you to go out, take out the garbage or clean out your gardening, or rake some leaves or mow the lawn, for that matter, and you say to your wife, "Oh, I can't do it," you need to go back and look at Tom Brady, because Tom Brady is still in the National Football League, folks, at the age of his 40s, to possibly looking, because this guy is not human. He's looking to probably play up to his 50s. So, and this is not a laughing matter, folks. I'm being so honest to goodness right now. You gotta have all that motivation that Tom Brady's given to you and that energy. It's incredibly insane. So, Yeah, we heard that, what's his name retired. Yeah, we did hear that a quarterback did retire this year by the name of, let's see. Who did retire? We did hear somebody retire. But it wasn't Aaron Rodgers, though. Aaron Rodgers signed a 4-year contract, $200 million with a $150 million guaranteed contract to stay with the Green Bay Packers. So we all know that. But the quarterback that did retire, though, was, I know it was a big name. Somebody did retire from the NFL. But with that being said, I mean, you never know. He'll probably pull off a Tom Brady as well. So, with that being said, I mean, at this point, anything, folks, is, I mean, folks, I understand that it's your body. I mean, everybody knows what their body is capable of doing and how your body interacts. I mean, only you know your body very well. Nobody knows your body but you. But, I mean, at this point, I feel like, oh yeah, Ben Roethlisberger announced his retirement. Yes. Thank you for somebody pointing that out to me. Ben Roethlisberger announced his retirement. So, you know, I mean, the clock is ticking. When are we going to hear Ben Roethlisberger coming back? You know? I mean, I mean, at this point, you know, but I mean, all I can say is, folks, I mean, Tom Brady is giving so much energy to so many people. He's an inspiration to what's going on in the sports generation in itself. So, truly amazing, though. I'll tell you that. So, does Coach K have one more run in him? We shall see. We shall see. We shall see, ladies and gentlemen. We shall see. I mean, I believe this loss against the Tar Heels really is going to bother him. I mean, I don't think he's gonna call it quits just yet. I have a feeling I think he'll come back. I think he will. All right. So with that being said, folks, we're gonna go through some information here with you right now. So with that being said, again, Coach K, ladies and gentlemen, let's say hypothetically he does call it a career. I mean, let's say, for instance, he does call it a career. I mean, what a history in the making for Coach K. You know, what a career he's had. A well-deserved retirement, nonetheless, if he decides to hang it up. You know, not to mention, ladies and gentlemen, the North Carolina Tar Heels, they have reached, they're actually the only team to have reached the Final Four in 9 consecutive decades. Ladies and gentlemen, the North Carolina Tar Heels. Yes. In 9 consecutive decades, they're the only team to reach the Final Four. So that's the history there for the North Carolina Tar Heels. But this is why they pretty much punched their ticket to the national championship, to dance with the Kansas Jayhawks. But with that being said, though, if ladies and gentlemen, if Coach K decides to call it a career, I mean, again, he finished. I mean, in the Coach K era, ladies and gentlemen, they both are tied. North Carolina Tar Heels have 50 wins, and Coach K has 50 wins. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say something here. All right, I want to throw some history at everybody real quick. All right, if you all remember, a while back, Coach K, ladies and gentlemen, when he became a head coach for the Duke Blue Devils, he won, ladies and gentlemen, he won his first national title. Yeah, he won his first national title. So, for anybody that recalls, I'm going to throw some history at you folks. For anybody that remembers Coach K, and again, ladies and gentlemen, as a head coach for the Duke Blue Devils, he's been a head coach for the I can't speak. He's been a head coach for the Duke Blue Devils for 42 seasons in his triumphant career. 42 seasons. So, again, he's the greatest GOAT, the greatest of all time head coach in college program history. But folks, let's get a little bit more details on Coach K here. When Coach K, and this is Duke Blue Devils before Coach K, 42 years, the record for the Duke Blue Devils before Coach K era began. The record for the Duke Blue Devils was 760 and 377. 760 wins, 377 losses. Their national championship title appearance, the NCAA title appearance, was 8. Yeah, the NCAA title appearances, they made 8. 8 appearances. 15 wins in the national NCAA tournament. 15 NCAA tournament wins. And NCAA tournament appearances, I'm sorry. Not title appearances, tournament appearances. He made 8 NCAA tournament appearances. The Duke Blue Devils school program, this is before Coach K. Before Coach K became a head coach. They made 8 NCAA tournament appearances. They made NCAA title wins, 15 of them. But they never won the NCAA championship. They were 0 in that category. Okay, they were 0. So NCAA tournament appearances, 8. NCAA tournament wins, 15. This is before Coach K era. Now, the Duke Blue Devils with Coach K, 42 years in the making. The Duke Blue Devils posted a record 1,129 wins and 309 losses. NCAA tournament appearances, 36. NCAA tournament wins, 101. NCAA championships, 5. 5 championships, folks, by Coach K. Greatest GOAT of all time. To do it all. To be recognized for what he does best. To do it all. Ladies and gentlemen, to do it all. Truly, truly, truly phenomenal. And then, And then you talk about another amazing resume for Coach K. Let's talk about his track record here. Let's talk about his track record. 1,202 again wins, the most wins in men's Division I history. 11 National Players of the Year. He had 42 first-round NBA draft picks. Yes, 42 first-round NBA draft picks, ladies and gentlemen. Again, 5 NCAA Division I championships. 15 ACC tournament titles. And 12 National Coach of the Year honors for Coach K. Truly, truly amazing. Truly, truly amazing if Coach K decides to hang up his basketball career. If he decides to call it quits and enjoy his well-deserved retirement. So, again, if Coach K announces his retirement and walks away off to the sunset on an amazing, amazing career he had in the school program history of the Duke Blue Devils. And ladies and gentlemen, Coach K has always been committed to the Duke Blue Devils. He has not coached anywhere else. He's been committed and dedicated to the Duke Blue Devils basketball team in the NCAA college era. So, talk about commitment and dedication, folks. The greatest GOAT of all time, Coach K, folks. He's done it all, seen it all, and this is where we stand as we speak right now. But again, with that loss yesterday, what does this mean for Coach K? Does he still have one more run left in him? Or will he decide to enjoy his well-deserved retirement? So, again, we shall wait and see. We shall wait and see exactly what's going to happen in the era of college basketball. Will that era for the Duke Blue Devils come to an end? Or will we see one more run? And not to mention, again, congratulations and again, thank you to Pablo Pinchero on a phenomenal heck of a run. A heck of a season. And the reason why I say I congratulate the guy is how far Duke Blue Devils really got this far. They got to the Final Four. This is where the expected is the unexpected. Who expected the Duke Blue Devils to get to this point? So, again, big congratulations to Pablo Pinchero. And thank you. Thank you so much. And you know what, folks? If Pablo Pinchero also decides to come back, I think he is. I don't think he's going anywhere. I think he would like to have one more run with Coach K. Who wouldn't? Who wouldn't? So, we shall wait and see, folks. We shall wait and see what's exactly going to happen in the era of the Duke Blue Devils. So, what a run. What a run, I could say. It is, it's sad that we have come to this point, but, it's going to have to end somewhere, right? It's going to have to end somewhere. So we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see what Coach K's decision will be moving forward. Moving forward. And ladies and gentlemen, speaking of the North Carolina Tar Heels, they're 2-1 against the Duke Blue Devils. So they had 3 matchups with them this past season, where Duke and North Carolina, they played each other in the regular season, and Duke beat them by 20 points, 87-67. The Duke won that game. And then at the end of the regular season, the North Carolina Tar Heels beat the Duke Blue Devils 94-81, the final score in that basketball game there, which I think was the regular season finale inside the Cameron Yard. I think was it the Cameron inside in the indoors. And then in the Final Four, North Carolina beat Duke Blue Devils 81-77. So this is where we're at. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to give so we have some good news and we have some bad news. I would like to share with everybody. And this is regarding the North Carolina Tar Heels playmaker. So the bad news is he suffered an ankle injury in the Final Four win. His name is he goes by the name of Bacat. Yes, Armando Bacat. Armando Bacat, ladies and gentlemen, suffered an apparent injury in the Final Four win against the Duke Blue Devils yesterday. But also, congratulations to him. Yeah. Armando Bacat, ladies and gentlemen, he posted, I believe, and I think this is the first time, I believe so. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, the Armando Bacat has the most double-double in a season by a player in the Atlantic Coast Conference. The most double-doubles in a season by an ACC player, Armando Bacat of the North Carolina Tar Heels. So congratulations to him. But the bad news is he went out with an apparent injury. Hopefully, fingers crossed, the injury is not serious, and they can get him back for the national championship tomorrow night. We'll keep you up to date on his injury. We should get some more information later on today. The latest report on Armando Bacat. So we'll keep our eyes and ears open on that, and just keep up to date on our sports page, on our group pages, for the latest updates on Armando Bacat, and we'll see if he's good to go for the national championship tomorrow night against the Kansas Jayhawks. But that's a big blow, though. That is going to be a big blow for the North Carolina Tar Heels if they lose Armando Bacat to this injury that he suffered yesterday in the Final Four win against the Duke Blue Devils. So we shall wait and see. Now, so we'll give you more updates on that, ladies and gentlemen. Speaking of more sports gambling news, ladies and gentlemen, now, you are all familiar with Drake, right? Drake, the music artist? Yeah. So, apparently yesterday, Drake, the music artist, he put up $100K on the Duke Blue Devils to win the basketball game. Well, unfortunately, it got tossed, and he lost $100K. All right, so again, Drake lost $100K on Duke last night, ladies and gentlemen. So, disappointing. Yeah, he coughed up 100K, and it got tossed. All right, more basketball news, ladies and gentlemen, to share with you. Before we get a little bit more more into the NCAA national championship, ladies and gentlemen, St. John's college basketball player. He goes by the name of Julian Shapini. Julian Shapini, ladies and gentlemen. St. John's, he's a junior, has announced that he will be going to the NBA draft. So he made an announcement on that, and he will be going to the NBA draft as we speak. All right, so congratulations to him, as he made an announcement on going to this year's upcoming NBA draft. Also, ladies and gentlemen, more college basketball news I would like to share with everybody. Albany's Mr. Killings gets a 5-game ban, but will get to keep his job. That is the latest report. So coming in from Albany's basketball coach, Dwayne Killings. So if anybody does not recall, ladies and gentlemen, Dwayne Killings, I think this past season, he was involved with an inappropriate physical contact with a player, and he got a $25K fine, I believe, and also a 5-game ban. But the latest reports on that, after investigating, he will get to keep his job. But he gets a 5-game ban, and he got a fine of $25,000 for an inappropriate, I believe, it was an inappropriate physical contact with the player. So that's the latest reports there from your college basketball news. Okay. We're also going to go through some rewards from college basketball. Some people got rewards yesterday, so we'll go over that with you shortly. Again, ladies and gentlemen, before we go through those rewards, I just want to see if I have anything else from college basketball news that I missed that I would like to share with everyone before we get to those rewards, and we move on to other subjects that needs to be talked about throughout the show here on Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. Again, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us on your Sunday morning, whatever you may be doing, to take the time to listen to our podcast. It is greatly and much appreciated nonetheless. All right. Let's see here. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk about, well, before we get to the awards, we need to talk about the awards. But before we do, from the college basketball picture, let's see here. Yes, we're going to talk about Caleb Love, ladies and gentlemen. Caleb Love of the North Carolina Tar Heels, again, in that win against the Duke Blue Devils, again, he did not post a double-double, but he had 28 points, 4 rebounds, and 1 assist in last night's victory against the Duke Blue Devils. So, again, congratulations to Cable Love, again, on helping his North Carolina Tar Heels teammates on picking up the victory against the Duke Blue Devils. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, before we get to the awards, let's see how, again, these teams punched their ticket to the Final Four. Again, the Final Four, to the national championship. I'm sorry. The national championship is again tomorrow night. The North Carolina Tar Heels, they're the number 8 seed versus the Kansas Jayhawks, the number 1 seed. So with that being said, let's talk about that real quick. So again, Kansas Jayhawks, they beat Villanova Wildcats 81-65, their final score there. And ladies and gentlemen, again, talk about some stats here. Jalen Wilson, I think he posted a double-double. He had 11 points, 12 rebounds, and 5 assists. David McCormick, points. He was 1 point shy of a double-double, but he did not get it. David McCormick had 25 points, 9 rebounds, 1 assist. Ochi Agibby had 21 points, 2 rebounds, and 1 assist. And Christian Braun had 10 points, 3 rebounds, and 5 assists, ladies and gentlemen. So Ochi Agibby had 21 points, 2 rebounds, 1 assist. David McCormick had 9 rebounds, 1 assist, 25 points. Jalen Wilson had 11 points, 12 rebounds. 11 points, 12 rebounds, and 5 assists for the Kansas Jayhawks in the victory against the Villanova Wildcats. As for the Villanova Wildcats, even though we had some double digits from some playmakers out there, but it was, I think it was from the Three Musketeers. But again, it was short to even come up with the victory. They started off strong, ladies and gentlemen, Villanova Wildcats. But again, they had no answer for the Kansas Jayhawks in the second period. Again, the Kansas Jayhawks came attacking in the second period after coming out from that locker room and punching everything they had against the Villanova Wildcats. Jermaine Samuels, again, he had 9 points, 7 rebounds, 3 assists in that basketball game. Brandon Slater, he had 8 rebounds, 3 assists, and 16 points. Eric Dixon had 7 rebounds, 3 assists, 7 points. Caleb Daniels had 5 rebounds, 2 assists, and 13 points. Colin Gillespie had 2 rebounds, 17 points, ladies and gentlemen. So, the Three Musketeers that had double digits were Brandon Slater with 16 points total, Caleb Daniels with 13 points, and Colin Gillespie had 17 points. But all of them, ladies and gentlemen, came up short for the Villanova Wildcats to even dance with the Kansas Jayhawks, as the Kansas Jayhawks punched their ticket to the national championship. And ladies and gentlemen, as far as, again, this game is concerned, the North Carolina Tar Heels versus the Duke Blue Devils, well, this is pretty much all she wrote there. As the North Carolina Tar Heels upset game right there, beating the Duke Blue Devils, the number 2 team, to get knocked out in the Final Four yesterday. North Carolina Tar Heels, the number 8 seed, they beat Duke Blue Devils 81-77 in great dominating fashion. And nonetheless, again, standing ovation goes out to Armando Bacot before suffering that apparent injury. Hopefully that injury is not too serious and he's eligible to play in the national championship. But ladies and gentlemen, Armando Bacot, 11 points, 21 rebounds. That guy, man, the son of a gun right there, had a double-double. Yes, Armando Bacot had a double-double. Son of a gun right there, ladies and gentlemen, had 11 points, 21 rebounds. 21 rebounds, ladies and gentlemen, his highest right there. Well, I won't say career high, but Armando Bacot came to play nonetheless. Ladies and gentlemen, for the North Carolina Tar Heels. But again, 11 points, 21 rebounds, no assists to show for it. Ladies and gentlemen, Brady Minnick had 14 points, 4 rebounds. And ladies and gentlemen, Caleb Love. Yes, Mr. Love, ladies and gentlemen. 28 points, 4 rebounds, 1 assist. And ladies and gentlemen, RJ Davis. He had 18 points, 7 rebounds, and 4 assists. And ladies and gentlemen, for the Duke Blue Devils, Pablo Pincheiro gave it all he got This guy had a double-double night, but he still lost. 20 points, 10 rebounds, 2 assists. Wendell Moore had 10 points, 8 rebounds, 3 assists. Those are pretty much your dynamic duos, and they came up short. And also, ladies and gentlemen, Trevor Keels, he had 19 points, 2 rebounds, and 0 assists. Again, too little, too late. Nonetheless. So, that's where we at for the national championship. Now, before I give you my prediction for the national championship from the men's side, we have a prediction. We're going to give it out. But before we do that, folks, we're going to talk about some awards. We had some college awards from the men's basketball picture I would like to share with everybody. But let me see if I covered everything first. First and foremost, let's see. So again, from the men's college basketball picture, ladies and gentlemen, we covered everything that happened on Saturday and how these teams punched their ticket to the national championship. We did cover some basketball news from the men's college basketball news. And also, we are going to preview the national championship nonetheless. We'll give out my prediction in a couple minutes here. But before I do, let's talk some rewards, ladies and gentlemen. There were some rewards that we would like to congratulate from the NCAA men's college picture. First and foremost, ladies and gentlemen, the player of the year. Yes, congratulations to the player of the year, Kentucky player Oscar Tishabawa. Oscar Tishabawa, ladies and gentlemen, your player of the year from the Kentucky from the Kentucky basketball team, the UK Kentucky, ladies and gentlemen, from college basketball. Oscar Tashabawa, he was your player of the year this whole entire season. So well deserved for Oscar Tashabawa. Also, ladies and gentlemen, Oscar Tashabawa got the Kareem Award. Congratulations to him as well on that. Ladies and gentlemen, Wendell Moore Jr. picked up the Irving Award. The Irving Award. Congratulations to Wendell Moore Jr. on picking up the Irving Award. Well deserved there. Colin Gillespie, congratulations to you, my friend. You picked up the Cousy Award. The Cousy Award, congratulations to you. Well deserved indeed. Also, ladies and gentlemen, this guy needs no introduction. He goes by the name of Keegan Murray. Keegan Murray, he won the Malone Award. Malone Award, yes. He won the Malone Award. Congratulations to him. Well deserved. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to Johnny Davis. Yes, Johnny Davis from the Wisconsin Badgers, ladies and gentlemen. He won the West Award. So congratulations to the Wisconsin men's basketball team. Shooting guard, Johnny Davis, ladies and gentlemen, for picking up the West Award. So again, Wisconsin Badgers, Johnny Davis, well-deserved award for the West Award nonetheless. So utmost respect for Johnny Davis and his playmaking skills nonetheless. All right. With that being said, let's preview the national championship from the college men's basketball side. It comes down to this, folks. It is the Kansas Jayhawks versus the North Carolina Tar Heels. Well, it's no-brainer. It's no-brainer. I mean, you got to go back and talk about, again, the key word in our podcast today is the expected becoming the unexpected. You know, what we thought didn't turn out to what we thought. So, with that being said, folks, I like the Kansas Jayhawks to win this game. Now, I want to throw a little bit more history. I don't know if I did throw it out there. But, again, if you all remember, again, Coach K, when he began a head coach of the Duke Blue Devils, his first national title win was against the Kansas Jayhawks, if you all recall that. His first national title was against the Kansas Jayhawks. Now, let's say the Duke Blue Devils, they did beat the North Carolina Tar Heels yesterday. Would history have been repeating itself? Or would have Kansas Jayhawks gave an upset to the Duke Blue Devils? So if you all recall this, again, the Duke Blue Devils, their first win was against the Kansas Jayhawks. Their first national title was against the Kansas Jayhawks. So, can you imagine if it would have been the Kansas Jayhawks versus the Duke Blue Devils again, where possibly history could have been repeating itself, maybe. But ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I mean, if you talk about that game yesterday between Villanova and Kansas Jayhawks, whoever won that game is destined to win the national championship. And it's no brainer at this point that, unfortunately, Kansas Jayhawks are the favorite. Yeah, at this point, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it, folks. Yeah, there is no ifs, ands, or buts. So, yeah, so I believe the Kansas Jayhawks are, they're destined. And they're going to do what needs to be accomplished. And that is winning a national title. All right, so again, Kansas Jayhawks will be your national championship after tomorrow night. Okay. So that was really great 2 hours of college basketball information there. All right. So awesome stuff, folks. Awesome stuff. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to talk about the women's soccer. The women's soccer needs, oh my God, it needs to be noticed. Did anybody hear what transpired and what we witnessed this past week? So, ladies and gentlemen, this is breaking news. Well, not breaking news, but this is news being brought to our attention this past week from El Clasico between FC Barcelona versus Real Madrid in the women's soccer. Ladies and gentlemen, the women's soccer picture made history. Yes. On Wednesday, I believe, let's see here. Wednesday was, mark this. On Wednesday, March 30th, 2022, ladies and gentlemen, you probably will remember this for years to come. Ladies and gentlemen, on March 30th, 2022. The women's soccer made history. It was FC Barcelona versus Real Madrid. In women's soccer, ladies and gentlemen, in women's soccer, the women had a full attendance of 91,553 as the world record attendance to watch women's soccer on Wednesday, March 30th, 2022. Yes. So again, let's hashtag that. March 30th, 2022, women's soccer must-see television. Oh yeah. Must-see television recorded a world record attendance of 91,553. That right there, that game in itself between FC Barcelona and Real Madrid on March 30th, 2022, the women's soccer must television recorded a world record attendance of 91,553 in total attendance. Truly, truly amazing. Wow. And that was coming from CLASICO. CLASICO. Now, the last time for us to even witness something like that in women's soccer, women are getting recognition, folks. And they deserve it. They deserve it. Folks, go back to the year, before COVID. Go back to the year 2019, where we had a record of 60,739 in attendance between BARCA beat ATLETICO Madrid. Yeah. Okay. BARCA, they beat ATLETICO Madrid. Okay, they beat ATLETICO Madrid. BARCA beat ATLETICO Madrid 2-0 at WANDA Metropolitano. WANDA Metropolitano. If I'm pronouncing that right. It was 60,739 in attendance, ladies and gentlemen. 60,739 in attendance. BARCA beat ATLETICO Madrid 2-0 at the WANDA Metropolitano. And then, ladies and gentlemen, back in the previous year, in 2012, between Lyon and Frankfurt at Munch, it was a record of in attendance of 50,212. So they broke this record. On March 30th of 2022. Women's soccer, the must television recorded a world record attendance of 91,553 must see television against, it was FC Barcelona versus Real Madrid. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff indeed. Yeah. So, awesome stuff. I mean, it caught my attention. It caught my attention. So, again, women are, they're getting recognized for their dues in the nature of sports. They definitely are. And they're changing the game of sports too, which is truly amazing at the same time. All right. Let's see. All right. Let's talk about college baseball. Not really much to brag about, but somebody needs to be recognized, unfortunately. So, the latest news and reports from college baseball, and this is coming out of Tennessee, the Tennessee Volunteers. So, This past week, ladies and gentlemen, not only did they record 17 straight wins, yeah, the college baseball team recorded 17 straight wins this past week. I mean, I don't know if they lost already yet, but that was the highest. Maybe they're still on a winning streak. But they recorded 17 straight wins, folks. But at the same time, there was a guy by the name of Ben Joyce who throws at 104.1 a pitch. He throws a pitch, ladies and gentlemen, at 104.1 miles per hour. That is an incredible pitch. That is an incredible, outstanding pitch for a Tennessee college baseball school team right there. A college baseball school team by the name of Ben Joyce recorded his pitching at 104.1 miles per hour. And they were on a 17 straight 17 straight winning season. And I don't even know if they're still on a winning season or not. Maybe they lost already, but truly amazing though. By this school program right there. By the Tennessee Volunteers. So, that was brought to our attention this past week, and we wanted to bring it to your attention as well. So, again, whatever I am truly amazed of, you guys deserve to be amazed of it as well. Right or wrong. Right or wrong. So, yeah. Truly amazing, though. Truly, truly amazing. All right. There is another female out there that needs to be recognized for her talents. And I am talking about women's hockey, folks. Yes, you heard that right. I am talking about women's hockey. Women's hockey, ladies and gentlemen. So, she goes by the name of Eve GASCON of the Olympians. Yeah. Eve GASCON. Or is it Eve GASCON? Yeah, Eve GASCON, ladies and gentlemen. She goes by the name of Eve GASCON. Eve GASCON, ladies and gentlemen, out of the Olympiquins women's hockey, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to her on making 23 saves as she picks up her first career win in QMJHL hockey, ladies and gentlemen. Women's hockey. Congratulations to her. Congratulations to her. Yes. So Eve Gaskin, ladies and gentlemen, she made 23 saves this past week as she picks up her first career win in QMJHL victory. Her first career. Her first career QMJHL win. QMJHL win. She made 23 saves in picking up her first victory. Congratulations to her. Eve Gaskin, ladies and gentlemen. Awesome job. Awesome job. Again, women deserve that recognition, folks. You know? I mean, women tend to do better. Women tend to do better. So we'll hashtag her as well. Eve Gaskin made 23 saves. Made 23 this past week to pick up her first QMJHL win in her career. In her career. Eve Gaskin made 23 saves this past week to pick up her first QMJHL win in her career. Round of applause. Round of applause to Eve Gaskin. Truly, truly amazing. So, you gotta give credit where it's due, ladies and gentlemen. You got to. Truly awesome. Truly, truly awesome. All right. All right, let's talk about the NFL. Not really much to talk about. No, not really. Well, I mean, but at this point, ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you what. The NFL at this point is becoming very, very interesting to watch this upcoming season. I mean, you're talking about how that connection between Devontae Adams and Derek Carr is going to work out. I mean, the AFC West, ladies and gentlemen, it is stacked at this point. And the question out there is, who's going to be hungry in that division? Will it be the Las Vegas Raiders? Will it be the Los Angeles Chargers? Will it be the Denver Broncos? Or will it be the Kansas City Chiefs? I mean, folks, I'll tell you what. If I had to break it down right now and tell you exactly who really is going to come on top in that AFC West, the door is really open for the Chargers at this point. I mean, if you look at the Denver Broncos, yeah, they picked up Russell Wilson. But the question that really bothers me for the Denver Broncos is that offensive line. Does the Broncos have an offensive line? You know, that question remains. Yeah, they have Russell Wilson. They have Jerry Jeudy. Yeah, we know. But, I mean, they lost Noah Fant. Noah Fant went to the Seattle Seahawks. But, that offensive line to me is a little bit of a question mark. So, we're gonna see how that plays out. Kansas City, well, they lost their playmakers. Yeah, they definitely did. Kansas City lost their playmakers. So, will they be able to hunt and stay hunted as truly contenders in the AFC West? Will they be capable contenders? And then the question remains for the Las Vegas Raiders is how well that connection is going to play out between Davante Adams and Derek Carr for the Las Vegas Raiders. And, I mean, the Las Vegas Raiders, yeah, their offensive line is not too shabby at all. They got a good one. I mean, as of late, I have not heard Derek Carr complain about. I have not heard Derek Carr complain about getting sacked so many times. But do I have a feeling that the Las Vegas Raiders, their offense could still be addressed? Of course. I mean, there's always some room for improvement, right or wrong. So I could see that. I could see plenty of room for improvement for the Las Vegas Raiders. But again, we know that Davante Adams, ladies and gentlemen, is familiar with Derek Carr because they both were college teammates together. All right? They played college together. So it remains, again, how that connection is going to play out in the pros, at that pro level. How's it going to play out? So, this is going to be an interesting season. It is definitely going to be an interesting NFL season, folks. I mean, at this point, we're probably saying right now, can the NFL get here sooner rather than later? Yeah, believe it. Believe it or not, folks. At this point, we are definitely sinking our teeth into. Yeah, we are sinking our teeth. Hopefully, can the NFL get here sooner than later? Now, speaking of the NFL draft is almost here. Yeah, so before you know it, things are going to start getting juiced up. The NFL draft, I think, begins on, I think it's April 28, 29, and 30th this year. I could be wrong, but it is April 28, 29, and 30 this year. Yeah. The NFL also made an announcement that next year's NFL draft, it will be in Kansas City. And I think those dates, they already put dates out for next year's NFL draft. I believe it's the 27, 28, and 29. I believe so. I could be wrong, but yeah, that's where we at right now with the NFL draft. So yeah, we already know that the NFL draft is going to be at the end of April. So, things are definitely looking very, very interesting as the NFL draft gets underway. So, definitely things to look forward to nonetheless on that. So, we will see how it all plays out, ladies and gentlemen. We definitely will. With that being said, there is more NFL news I would like to share with everybody. So according to reports and sources, this actually broke out this past week. The latest reports on Lamar Jackson. So Lamar Jackson, he did point out that, well, the Baltimore Ravens pointed out that they are not gonna, come up with a new contract for Lamar Jackson until Lamar Jackson speaks up and says something about it. Well, unfortunately, he did say something about it. So Lamar Jackson, ladies and gentlemen, he has made it crystal clear that he's going to wait till after this season to talk about negotiating his contract. Yeah, he made it crystal clear, folks. So, he will address his contract after this season. So he's going to wait. He's going to play out this whole season. And he's going to wait it out, and he's going to wait until next season to come up with negotiating a new contract. So, that is the latest report from Lamar Jackson. Now, could he possibly change his mind? Of course he can. But at this point, he's going to wait until after this end of the season. After this end of the season, of course, where Lamar Jackson, ladies and gentlemen, will address negotiating a new contract. So he made it crystal clear. But the Baltimore Ravens, ladies and gentlemen, they said this past week, according to articles and sources, that they're going to be waiting until Lamar Jackson speaks up about his contract situation. And unfortunately, he did speak up. And he said that, you know what? I'll deal with it after this season. So he's not too worried about it. And he won't negotiate until after this season, folks. So he made it crystal clear, and he definitely let it be known nonetheless. So that's all the latest reports there from the Baltimore Ravens organization. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there is some more NFL news that did come to my attention. Now, the Washington Commanders, okay, so this past week, the Washington Commanders, there was an article where it was brought to my attention that the Commanders allegedly they held ticket revenue. That is the latest report. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but so the latest report is that they allegedly held back on ticket revenue. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't ticket revenue expected to be dealt with the customers? Like, aren't customers supposed to be aware of ticket revenue? So the article stated and reports stated that the Washington Commanders football team, they were holding back on ticket revenues. They were allegedly holding back on ticket revenues. So, my question is, why? Why would they? I mean, we're talking about ticket revenue here. I mean, those are supposed to be, publicized. They're supposed to be made to the public. Right or wrong. Ticket revenues are supposed to be made to the public. And the public should be aware of it. And for some, and not to mention, they were not shared by the NFL. And they're supposed to be shared with the NFL. So, something's fishy going on in Washington, though, on that. So, the latest report coming from the Washington Commanders is they're going to do an investigation on this for sure. I know that they're definitely going to... So, I think it's going to be by the committee, the House Oversight Committee. Again, the team is not aware of those investigations. So, there's going to be a full investigation on this. I mean, folks, you're talking about ticket revenue here that is supposed to be made to the public, and not to mention it's supposed to be shared to the NFL, and you're keeping it from the NFL, and you're also keeping it keeping it made away from the public. So, nothing is going right for me on this one. So, we'll definitely wait for reports on that for sure. On the Washington Commanders' latest reports on that. All right. With that being said, let's talk about another NFL news that broke out this past week. So, the overtime rules. Yes. The overtime rule in the NFL. So, according to the NFL, ladies and gentlemen, they have come to an agreement on the overtime rule. Okay, so the overtime rule is fully ready to go, intact, and in place. So, here's how it works. Both teams will have an opportunity to possess the ball in overtime. And this is only for overtime. This is not for the regular season. They made it, the NFL made it known, according to articles and reports, that this overtime rule change will only take place and take effect for overtime. Only for overtime. So this is probably music to his ears for Basil, a diehard Buffalo Bills fan at this point right now. So the new overtime rules, here's how they play out, folks. Both teams will have the opportunity to possess the ball in overtime in the postseason. If the score is tied, ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna say this as much as I can, all right, in perfect, great fashion way, all right. If the score is tied after each team has possessed the ball, the next score wins. All right? It's sudden death. So, for instance, let's say it's the Buffalo Bills versus the New England Patriots. We know the hottest rivalry right there in the NFL between those two NFL franchise organizations. The Buffalo Bills and the New England Patriots. Alright? Let's say they're playing for all the marbles. Alright? They're in the AFC Championship game. Alright? Let's say they go to overtime. Alright? The score is 17-17. Alright? Buffalo Bills, they take it down the field. They score a touchdown. All right? Game's not over yet. 24-17 is the game right now. Okay? 24-17. Now, let's say the New England Patriots, let's say they get possession. Okay, let's say they get possession. They take it down the field. They score a touchdown. It's 24-24. The next team that gets possession, which is the Buffalo Bills, if they score a field goal or a touchdown, game is over. Now, if the Buffalo Bills, if they score a touchdown and they make the score 24-17, and the New England Patriots have the ball, but they only score a field goal instead of scoring a touchdown, the game is over. All right? So the score would be 24-20. All right? That's it. Done. All right? So it's a wrap. So that's basically how it is. Now, there's another rule in the NFL overtime rule period. If the team that's kicking off to start the overtime period scores a safety on the receiving team, initial possession, the team that kicked off is the winner. So, let's say, for instance, let's say the Buffalo Bills are kicking it off to the Kansas City Chiefs. All right? So, again, the team that kicks off to start the overtime period. All right? So, let's say the Chiefs score a safety. All right? On the receiving team. Initial possession. Then that means the Buffalo Bills win the football game. That's it. So, if Kansas City scores a safety, folks, Buffalo wins the game. Not Kansas City. It's the team that kicked off. The team that kicked off, that's the team that wins. It's crazy stuff, right? So, things to look forward to, though. Things to look forward to the NFL this upcoming season, though, with that. But I think that's how it all plays out and works out, though, with the new overtime rule change. So, again, if both teams get possession and they score touchdowns, it goes to sudden death. Next team scores, wins. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. All right? But if you go down the field and your opposing team already has a touchdown, but you score a field goal, the game is over. All right? There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. All right? So, I mean, if you score a field goal, it's not going to keep you in the game. All right? 24-20 is a wrap. The game is over. It's not going to keep you in the game if you score a field goal. If you're in overtime and you take the ball downfield and you score a field goal and the score is 24-20, no chance you think that you're still in this football game. No, you're not. The game is over. It's wrapped up. It's done with. So, just keep that in mind. Now, also, again, if the team kicks off to in the overtime period, if it kicks off to the opposing team, and if that team scores a safety, the team that kicked off is the winner. Pretty much that's it. So, that is the NFL overtime rule change. All right. Let's go over NFL free agency signings that happened this past week. Yeah, we'll go through them. Yeah, we will. So, Yeah, we'll go through those signings for you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, let's start off with Monday. Well, actually, you know what? Let's start off with Sunday. Well, actually, there was nothing on Sunday. So that's good. All right. Let's start off on Monday, ladies and gentlemen. Here are your NFL free agency signings that occurred from Monday until today. Giants have re-signed, ladies and gentlemen, running back Sandro Palitz-Gumer. Yes. They re-signed him, so he will stick around with the New York Giants. The Buffalo Bills have re-signed Ike Buttiger on a one-year deal. The Vikings have signed offensive line Jesse Davis and cornerback Nate Hairston. And also they re-signed cornerback Ty Smith. That's who the Minnesota Vikings re-signed this past week. The New York Giants also they also signed offensive line Max Garcia to a one-year deal. The Pittsburgh Steelers have signed linebacker Jannard Avery to a one-year deal. The Texans have signed wide receiver Deshaun Hamilton. The Buccaneers have re-signed offensive tackle Josh Wells. 49ers re-signed tight end Ross Dwelly. Cardinals have signed Will Henderson. Will Henderson. Falcons signed wide receiver Uden Tate, and they also re-signed running back Quadri Olsen. The Jets have signed Solomon Thomas, and they also re-signed Eddie Pinheiro. So the New York Jets, they signed Solomon Thomas, and they signed Solomon Thomas, and they re-signed kicker Eddie Pinheiro. The New Orleans Saints, they re-signed wide receiver Traquan Smith to a 2-year, $6 million deal. And the Jacksonville Jaguars signed Brandon Linder. The Jacksonville Jaguars announced the retirement of Brandon Linder, who retired this past week. Brandon Linder, congratulations on your retirement. He announced his retirement this past week, nonetheless. All right. Let's see. On March 29th, we had the New Orleans Saints who signed Andy Dalton to a one-year contract deal. New England Patriots signed Jabril Peppers to a one-year deal. The Cleveland Browns signed Ethan Pusick, and also the New York Jets released Matt Amendola. On March 30th, the New Orleans Saints announced Malcolm Jenkins, two-time Super Bowl champion, announced his retirement. Congratulations on your retirement, Malcolm Jenkins. Well-deserved indeed. He's a two-time Super Bowl champion, ladies and gentlemen. Malcolm Jenkins won the Super Bowl with the New Orleans Saints, and he won a Super Bowl with the Philadelphia Eagles. Well-deserved career for Malcolm Jenkins. The Minnesota Vikings have re-signed cornerback Patrick Peterson on a one-year deal. And the Jacksonville Jaguars signed defensive end Arden Key to a one-year deal. And the Chicago Bears signed Dane Kruchek to their roster. The Chicago Bears. On March 31st, the Los Angeles Rams signed Bobby Wagner, ladies and gentlemen. Max contract deal, 5-year contract worth $50 million. Yes. So Bobby Wagner is a new member of the Los Angeles Rams. Welcome aboard. Pittsburgh Steelers re-signed Carl Joseph to a one-year deal. Atlanta Falcons signed Dean Marlowe to a one-year deal. The Buccaneers re-signed quarterback Ryan Griffin. And the New Orleans Saints re-signed Forrest Lamb. And ladies and gentlemen, on April 1st, the Miami Dolphins signed cornerback Xavier Howard on a max contract worth 5 years, $9 million deal. Yes. So Xavier Howard will stay with the Miami Dolphins on a 5-year contract worth $90 million. The Buccaneers re-signed running back Giovanni Bernard on a one-year deal. Texas also signed running back Marlon Mack. The Raiders signed quarterback Nick Mullins. And the Minnesota Vikings signed Chris Reed. And the Falcons signed wide receiver Demary Bird to a one-year deal. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, on April 2nd, yesterday, the Miami Dolphins traded Devontae Parker for a 2022 fifth-round pick to the New England Patriots for a 2023 third-round pick. Yes, unfortunately. Also, the New Orleans Saints signed defensive tackle Jaleel Johnson to a one-year deal. And the Saints have also re-signed P.J. Williams to a one-year contract. So that is your NFL free agency signings in the NFL. And that pretty much wraps it, folks. Right there. So, awesome stuff indeed. Awesome stuff. All right. So with that being said, that pretty much wraps up NFL news. Again, regarding Lamar Jackson, regarding the NFL overtime rules, and NFL free agency signings for you, ladies and gentlemen. All a recap of those that transpired this past week, ladies and gentlemen. Yep. All right. All right. With that being said, let's go over to WWE. So, first and foremost, ladies and gentlemen, there was no UFC boxing yesterday, and there was also no Premier boxing yesterday. So, boxing took the night off in respect to WWE Wrestlemania. WrestleMania is a two-part event. So they took part last night, and also they will be taking part tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, the main event tonight will be Brock Lesnar versus Roman Reigns, part 2 event of WrestleMania 38. So things to definitely look forward to in that matchup later on tonight at WrestleMania 38 in the state of Texas. So. But speaking of Texas, though, we're going to talk about the 2022 Hall of Fame inductees. Yes, by the way, congratulations to the 2022 Hall of Fame inductees. Truly, definitely an honor to all the inductees out there that have been inducted to the 2022 WWE Hall of Fame. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate Queen Sharmell, Booker T's wife, on making the 2022 inductee Hall of Fame. Congratulations to you. Well deserved, nonetheless. Also, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to Mr. Vader. Mr. Vader, he made the 2022 WWE Hall of Fame inductee. Also, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to the Scott brothers. Yes, the Scott Steiner brothers. They made the 2022 Hall of Fame inductee. Congratulations to them. Well-deserved nonetheless. Also, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to a well-deserved, rest in peace, Shad Gaspar. Ladies and gentlemen, they were known as WWE Crime Time. It was Shad Gaspar and JTG. They were Crime Time of the WWE. They were also known as Crime Time in the World Wrestling Entertainment. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, Shad Gaspar, rest in peace to him. He has made the 2022 WWE Hall of Fame. Congratulations to him. Well deserved. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, congratulations to The Undertaker, the Phenom. Well-deserved career for the guy who probably is the greatest GOAT of all time in the nature of World Wrestling Entertainment and World Wrestling Federation, nonetheless. You know, when you talk about The Undertaker, Undertaker did it all. You know, he is the badass, excuse my language, the American badass, and Dead Man Walking, and the Phenom himself, the Undertaker, the Phenom, again, you talk about his amazing triumphant career. You know, you go back, to him facing some greatest wrestlers of all time in the WWF era, in the WWE era. When he went 1-on-1 against Jimmy Snuka, Jimmy Superfly Snuka. When he went up against Shawn Michaels, when he went up against Triple H, when he went up against John Cena, The Rock, Stone Cold Steve Austin, folks, Hulk Hogan, Mark Henry, folks, you know, you name it. When he went up against his brother Kane, so yeah, you know, the legends, folks, the legends of the making, truly, and he went up against Edge, you know, so truly amazing indeed. So we talk about, when we talk about The Undertaker, folks, his triumphant career in the WWE has been nothing but truly tremendous on exactly what he posted in his WWE career. And when you talk about The Undertaker, folks, this is his resume speaks for itself. His resume speaks for itself. You talk about the Phenom, The Undertaker, who had 7 world championships, 7 tag team championships, 1 hardcore championship, 2007 Royal Rumble winner, and a record 25-2 at Wrestlemania, the grandest stage of them all. Truly amazing, nonetheless, by The Undertaker himself. All right, now before we get, excuse me, before we get to the WrestleMania 38 results from Saturday night, there is some WWE news I would like to share with everybody. And this news has broke out this past week. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, and with a disappointing tragedy that we heard this past week, Triple H has announced his in-ring retirement. Yes. Triple H will no longer be performing in the ring in his professional WWE career. Due to the fact that the reason for that being is Triple H dealt with a couple of heart failures. Triple H, he goes by the name of Paul. He goes by the name of Paul. I think his real name is Paul. So Triple H has dealt with some heart failures, ladies and gentlemen, according to reports and sources. So due to his heart condition, he has announced his retirement from being in the ring. So again, it is disappointing. So it's definitely here, but I think this is the best of interest. I mean, you got to think about your health. Your health is probably the number one priority. Your condition is the number one priority in itself. So again, health is always, and your safety is your number one. So I mean, I think this is probably being one of the toughest decisions in Triple H's career, to announce retirement at an early stage in his professional wrestling career. So, with that being said, he has announced his retirement from in-ring performances due to many heart failures nonetheless. So, again, at this point, it's not the best direction to go with, but unfortunately, it was tough to make. But, it is always about your safety and your health being the number one thing that, that comes first before anything else. All right. With that being said, folks, let's talk about WrestleMania 38. Again, WrestleMania 38 is a part 2 event. Last night was part 1. Tonight, part 2 will continue. So for all the wrestling fans out there, tune in to WrestleMania 38 tonight, as WrestleMania 38 tonight will continue, where the main event, the blockbuster main event, ladies and gentlemen, it will be Roman Reigns, the Universal Champion, going up against Brock Lesnar, the WWE Champion, from SmackDown, and the Universal Champion, the Universal Champion Roman Reigns from SmackDown, and the WWE Champion Brock Lesnar from WWE Raw. So, according to reports and sources, though, the winner of that matchup looks to be, those two titles are going to be unified. They're going to be unified as one championship, and whoever is victorious in that main event, ladies and gentlemen, will be a champion for both brands, not just one brand, but he will be representing both brands, Raw and SmackDown, as your world champion after tonight's WrestleMania 38 main event. So again, good luck to Roman Reigns and good luck to Brock Lesnar tonight in WrestleMania 38. Again, ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, let's talk about the WrestleMania 38 card. So again, WrestleMania 38, it has 2 parts. Part 1 being last night, part 2 being tonight. Alright, so with that being said, folks, here is the WrestleMania 38 results from last night. Stone Cold Steve Austin beat Kevin Owens in a no-holds-barred match. Bianca Belair, she beat Becky Lynch to become your Raw Women's Champion. The Miz and Logan Paul, they defeated Rey Mysterio and Dominic Mysterio. Drew McIntyre beat Happy Corbin in a singles match. WWE SmackDown Tag Team Champions. The Usos, they defeated Shinsuke Nakamura and Rick Boogs. Also, your SmackDown Women's Champion, Charlotte Flair. She retained her title by beating Ronda Rousey to retain her title. So congratulations to Charlotte Flair on that. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, he made his triumphant return at WrestleMania 38. Cody Rhodes in defeating Seth Rollins in a singles match. So, again, congratulations to Cody Rhodes on defeating Seth Rollins. So basically, ladies and gentlemen, that was your part one of WrestleMania 38 main event. Well, your card matchups, really. The main event from part one really was Stone Cold Steve Austin versus Kevin Owens. So again, Stone Cold Steve Austin, this probably was his last in-ring performance at the greatest stage of them all. I think this will be it for Stone Cold Steve Austin. I don't think we'll ever see Stone Cold Steve Austin wrestle ever again. So he defeated Kevin Owens in a no-holds-barred match in last night's WrestleMania 38 card matchup. So those are your WrestleMania 38 winners. And also congratulations to the WWE 2022 Hall of Fame inductees again. Queen Sharmell, Mr. Vader, yes, Darth Vader, Mr. Vader himself, ladies and gentlemen, becoming your 2000. Mr. Vader, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't mean to say Darth Vader. Darth Vader is from Star Wars. So, excuse me on that one. Mr. Vader, ladies and gentlemen. The WWE and WWF, actually, legend, Mr. Vader, on making the 2022 WWE Hall of Fame. He's your latest inductee as well. So, congratulations again to Mr. Vader, to Queen Sharmell, to Shad Gaspar, rest in peace to Shad Gaspar. Congratulations to the Scott Steiner brothers, and also congratulations to the Phenom, The Undertaker, on getting inducted to the 2022 WWE Hall of Fame inductees. So, awesome stuff indeed there, ladies and gentlemen. Awesome stuff. Alright, let's move over to some NHL hockey news. Yeah, let's talk about some NHL hockey, ladies and gentlemen. So, we have some news to go over, and then after that, we're going to give you some predictions in the hockey before the hockey drops tonight in center field. Before you know it, ladies and gentlemen, the Stanley Cup playoffs is here before you know it. It is here before you know it. So, but with that being said, let's go over some hockey news I would like to share with everybody. Yesterday, this was brought to my attention that Philadelphia Flyers, ladies and gentlemen, have decided to sit out they have decided to sit out Yandel. The Philadelphia Flyers decided to sit out Yandel. Yandel, ladies and gentlemen, he was expected to record his Iron Man streak of 989 consecutive games played but unfortunately that ended last night. Only 11 games from 1,000. Yeah, he was 11 games away from reaching 1,000, ladies and gentlemen. So with the Flyers out of the playoff picture, they decided to go in this direction with the highly respected veteran. So again, the reason the Philadelphia Flyers went about this decision making is they have nothing else to play for. They're out of the playoff picture. They're eliminated from playoff contention. So they decided to sit out Yandel, who was 11 games away from hitting that 1,000 mark. And unfortunately came to an end last night after sitting him out. So that was the latest reports on there from NHL hockey news there. Also, ladies and gentlemen, more NHL hockey news to go over. The Arizona Coyotes, Nick Ricci has been suspended for 1 game. That suspension, ladies and gentlemen, will take effect tonight because the Arizona Coyotes are expected to play. We're going to give out that prediction in a couple minutes here. So he will not be in tonight's lineup. Nick Ricci is expected to serve that 1 game suspension for interacting with another player for slashing. So he will be serving that. The next time he will play probably won't be until the next game. Because he will be serving that 1 game suspension later on tonight's game for the Arizona Coyotes. So he will not be in the starting lineup. That's for sure. All right. Let's see. Also, ladies and gentlemen, more NHL news to go over. Flames center Sean Monahan is expected to have season-ending hip surgery. He has the Flames organization has announced yesterday that Flames center Sean Monahan is expected to be out for the season to have surgery for his hip. So that's the latest reports from there. All right. So that is pretty much NHL hockey news there. So we're gonna go over some predictions for your Sunday from the NHL hockey. Yes, we'll throw those out for you. Why not? Why the heck not? So we'll throw those out. NHL hockey games. We have those games for you later on today. On your Sunday before the puck drops. We have some earlier games too. So with that being said, let's give you those predictions for your Sunday. So we have 2 1 o'clock games. It will be the Florida Panthers going up against the Buffalo Sabres. Florida Panthers right now are currently 47-15 on the season. While the Buffalo Sabres are 25-33 on the season. I like the Florida Panthers going in today's matchup against the Buffalo Sabres. That game is scheduled for 1 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time later on today. Also, ladies and gentlemen, you got the Detroit Red Wings against the Ottawa Senators. Nothing to show for here. I think both of them will probably be eliminated from playoff contention. If not, maybe somebody's still fighting for playoffs. But you're talking about the Ottawa Senators here who are 24-37 on the season. You got Detroit Red Wings here who are 26-33 on the season. I like the Ottawa Senators just because it's a home game for them. Sometimes home field advantage really does matter. When you have the home fans behind you. That game is scheduled for 1 o'clock p.m. So I picked the Ottawa Senators to pick up a victory against the Detroit Red Wings. Also, you got the New York Islanders against the New Jersey Devils. That game is scheduled for 4 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. The New York Islanders are 31-27 on the season against the New Jersey Devils, who are 24-38, really have nothing much to play for. The New York Islanders have a shot for playoffs if they keep the momentum going here with a winning season before the season wraps up in the NHL picture. I do like the New York Islanders here. I think they can pick up a victory, and they have the opportunity to do so. So, I think they can go over that nonetheless. All right. Let's see. The Philadelphia Flyers versus the New York Rangers. Again, the Philadelphia Flyers are eliminated from playoff contention. They're sitting at 21-36 for the record. You have the New York Rangers, who are pretty much locked and in contention for the playoffs. They're at 44-20 for the season. I like the Rangers in this matchup. That game is scheduled for 7 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. You got the Golden Knights versus Cancun's. Golden Knights, ladies and gentlemen, who are 38-28 on the season. Against Vancouver Cancun's, who are 32-28 on the season. I like the Vegas Golden Knights against the Cancun's on the road. You got the Arizona Coyotes against the Blackhawks. That game is scheduled for 7 o'clock Eastern Time as well. Arizona Coyotes, they're eliminated from playoff contention. And like I mentioned, folks, Sean will be serving that 1-game suspension, ladies and gentlemen. Yes. I believe he goes by the name of Sean Mahonen. Sean Mahonen. Let me see here. Yeah, Sean Mahonen, I believe so. Yeah. So Sean Mahonen, ladies and gentlemen, will be serving his 1-game suspension. Yeah, he'll be serving his 1-game suspension for the Arizona Coyotes. And he is not expected to play. Actually, not Sean Mahonen. It's Nick Ritchie, folks. Nick Ritchie will be serving his 1-game suspension against, for the Coyotes later on today against the Chicago Blackhawks. Again, nothing to play for here. Arizona Coyotes are eliminated from playoffs. Chicago Blackhawks are eliminated from playoffs. I like the Chicago Blackhawks at home. They will beat Arizona Coyotes. Again, Nick Ritchie is serving his 1-game suspension for slashing Kevin on Friday. Yeah, he was slashing Kevin Shattenkirk. Yeah, he was slashing Kevin Shattenkirk on Friday, April 1st. So Nick Ritchie will be serving that 1-game suspension. So basically, ladies and gentlemen, Nick Ritchie, he will not be coming back until tomorrow. Yeah, when the Coyotes face the St. Louis Blues. So that game tomorrow will be at 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time when the puck drops center field. But later on tonight, they go up against Chicago Blackhawks. Again, pretty much that will be the Blackhawks' advantage there. That game is scheduled for 7 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time, as home court and the home fans will be cheering on the Blackhawks for sure. All right, you got Minnesota Wild, ladies and gentlemen, who are 42-20 on the season against the Washington Capitals. Both of them are locked for playoff contention. I like the Washington Capitals later on today against that one, against Minnesota Wild. That game is scheduled for 7 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time as well. Also, ladies and gentlemen, you got the Edmonton Oilers, who are 39-25 on the season against the Anaheim Ducks. I like the Edmonton Oilers on the road against the Anaheim Ducks, nonetheless. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, Dallas Stars against the new team that introduced this year in the NHL hockey perspective, you got Dallas Stars against Seattle Kraken. Dallas Stars are 39-25 on the season, while Seattle Kraken are pretty much eliminated from playoffs. I like Dallas on the road against Seattle. So, and that game is scheduled for 9 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time nonetheless. And ladies and gentlemen, you got tomorrow games as well. You got the Boston Bruins against the Blue Jackets, Toronto Maple Leafs against the Tampa Bay Lightning, Arizona Coyotes, where Nick Ritchie will make his return from that one-game suspension. He'll be going up against the St. Louis Blues, and then you got the Calgary Flames against the Los Angeles Kings. All those games are late games. Bruins, Blue Jackets are 7 o'clock games. Toronto Maple Leafs against Lightning, that's 7:30. Arizona Coyotes against the Blues, that game is scheduled for 8 o'clock. And then you got the late game tomorrow night. Calgary Flames against the Los Angeles Kings. That game is scheduled for 10:30 p.m. Eastern Time. So that is all for your NHL perspective there. All right, let's move over to some Major League Baseball news. Yes.
This might answer your question. According to Reuters, here are 5 MLB headlines. MRI reveals elbow damage for Braves reliever Luke Jackson. Angels outfielder Justin Upton designated for assignment. Tigers outfielder Riley Green, foot, out to start season. Spring training roundup. Nick Gordon, 5 RBIs, leads Twins past Rays. Guardians sign closer Emmanuel Clace to 5-year, $20 million deal.
Wow, thank you. Thank you very much. It looks like Miss A right there. I don't want to say her full name because technically nobody was talking to her and she came on my podcast to give me the latest reports on exactly what's going on in Major League Baseball. But, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that was Alexa. Yeah. The one and only Amazon Alexa. Alright. Alright. So with that being said, folks, we're going to talk about Major League Baseball. We're going to go over some news. We're going to go over some off-season signings from this past week. The latest on the Night Connect jerseys. We're going to talk about those Night Connect jerseys, yes. That is probably one of the hottest topics this week, are the Night Connect jerseys. And I know everybody's familiar with those Night Connect jerseys, so we're going to talk about those in a couple minutes here. And who the teams that are joining on those Night Connect jerseys. Also, ladies and gentlemen, we are 4 days away from the season opener of Major League Baseball. Unfortunately, yeah. So, look at this. 4 days away. Can you believe it? And we are 2 days away from the minor league baseball seasons getting underway. So, the minor league baseball season starts on April 5th. April 5th of 2022. It starts on Tuesday. With also Major League Baseball, it'll be starting on April 7th, 2022. For the Philadelphia Phillies, their first game is on Friday, April 8th. So, things to definitely look forward to this upcoming week. Again, we are less than 4 days away. Can you believe it? 4 days away from Major League Baseball getting underway. So 4 days away from Major League Baseball getting underway, and 2 days away from the minor leagues getting underway. All right. So with that being said, we have some Major League Baseball news to go over with you folks. First and foremost, I would like to say that the Mariners, yes, the Seattle Mariners have announced that they released Chance Sisco as of yesterday. Yeah, they released him. Also, ladies and gentlemen, Wade Libbick, the St. Louis Cardinals, has announced his retirement as of yesterday. So Wade Libbick has announced his retirement from the St. Louis Cardinals. Ladies and gentlemen, yep. That was the latest reports from Major League Baseball yesterday. Also, ladies and gentlemen, more Major League Baseball news to share with you. Lance Lane from the Chicago White Sox. He left the game, I think spring training game yesterday, with a right knee discomfort. So the latest report here, hopefully he's good to go and ready for the regular season. We'll give you more latest reports on Lance Lane as they come around. But yesterday he did leave the game with a right knee discomfort, and we'll hear more reports on him. But hopefully it's not that serious, and he's good to go for the season opener as the Chicago White Sox get prepared for the season opener nonetheless. Also, ladies and gentlemen, more news out of the Boston Red Sox. Derek Holland and Travis Shaw, they have decided that they will not opt out of their Red Sox contract. That is the latest reports coming from there. So they will not opt out. That is the latest reports. Derek Holland and Travis Shaw have decided that they will not opt out of their contracts. That is the latest reports there. Also, ladies and gentlemen, more Major League Baseball news to share with you. The Baltimore Orioles have announced this past week that they are avoiding arbitration with Trey Mancini. Trey Mancini and the Baltimore Oilers have avoided arbitration. So that is coming from the Baltimore Oilers organization. Also, ladies and gentlemen, good news coming from the Kansas City Royals as they announced Bobby Witt Jr. will be the Royals opening day roster starter. So he'll be making his debut for the Kansas City Royals this upcoming week. Also, ladies and gentlemen, we have to talk about Justin Upton. So there is reports coming out. Justin Upton, ladies and gentlemen, they have designated him for an assignment. Okay? But the latest reports are coming in. So they designated Justin Upton for an assignment. But throughout the night, the Los Angeles Angels, they cut outfielder Justin Upton. The reason why they cut him is because he owes Los Angeles Angels $19.5 million, folks. Yeah. So the Los Angeles Angels, they need money from Justin Upton. So the outfielder has been cut, and now Justin Upton owes the Los Angeles Angels $19.5 million, ladies and gentlemen. Yep. So, crazy stuff right there. Crazy stuff. I mean, you talk about the 34-year-old Justin Upton, who hit .201. He hit 211 with 17 homers, 41 RBIs, runs batted in, and a .705 OPS. And over those 89 games in the last season. Again, the Los Angeles Angels, they acquired Justin Upton in his final season on a 5-year deal that's worth $106 million. And they acquired him, unfortunately, from the Detroit Tigers in a VI trade back in the year 2017. So, again, nothing's been going right for Justin Upton, folks. Nothing has been going right. I mean, you're talking about a guy here who has 324 home runs and 1,000 RBIs in his 15 major league seasons. So, again, talk about a day for Justin Upton. I mean, first, you talk about a person here who's 34 years of age. First, he gets designated for an assignment, and then throughout the night, reports come in that Justin Upton has been cut by the Los Angeles Angels, because Justin Upton owes Los Angeles Angels $19.5 million, ladies and gentlemen. So, crazy stuff. I mean, so the good news for the Los Angeles Angels is, they cleared cap space. Good news for them on that. They cleared cap space, but, talk about bad news here for Justin Upton here. First, you get reports that he's been designated for an assignment, and then throughout the night, you get reports that he's been cut by the Los Angeles Angels. Just everything that's a lot is going through for Justin Upton right now. Also, ladies and gentlemen, White Sox Garrett Crutchett has announced that he will be out for the season, and he will be undergoing a Tommy Johnny surgery. So he has announced that he will be going for the Tommy Johnny surgery, and Garrett Crutchett will be out for the season for the Chicago White Sox. Also, ladies and gentlemen, Jose Ramirez, there is rumors going around for the Cleveland Guardians. The contract extensions have been broken. So, unfortunately, the Cleveland Guardians and Jose Ramirez, their contract dispute is pretty much dead in the water, unfortunately. All right. Also, reports coming in from the Detroit Tigers this upcoming week. Spencer Torkelson will be making the opening day roster for the Detroit Tigers. Also, ladies and gentlemen, Detroit Tigers Riley Green will be missing opening day with a foot fracture for the Detroit, for the let me see. Yeah, for the Detroit Tigers. Yep. So, hopefully he gets well soon, and we'll hear a little bit more about Riley Green in the next couple weeks. All right. Also, ladies and gentlemen, according to reports and sources, out of the New York Mets organization, Max Scherzer is day-to-day with a hamstring injury. Opening day starting is yet to be determined regarding his status. So we'll fill you in a little bit more on Max Scherzer throughout the next couple weeks to see what the latest reports will be for Max Scherzer himself. And ladies and gentlemen, also the Blue Jays have extended Charlie Montiel's contract through the year 2023. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, out of Major League Baseball news, Major League Baseball has announced for this upcoming season, starting next week, Major League Baseball umpires, they will use a microphone to announce replay reviews to decide for the crowd. So they will do replay review decisions to the crowd by using microphones this upcoming week for the Major League Baseball umpires. So the Major League umpires, ladies and gentlemen, this upcoming week, they will be announcing replay reviews decisions for the crowd when they go into replay review mode. Nonetheless, all right, ladies and gentlemen, bad news coming out from the New York Mets organization regarding Aaron Judge. So, ladies and gentlemen, Aaron Judge had an arbitration problem. And now the latest report is coming in that there has not been any contract talks or extending Andrew Judge's contract as of right now. So what does that mean? I mean, again, there's no agreement yet for Aaron Judge. So what does that mean? There is a good possibility, ladies and gentlemen, that Aaron Judge might be going to the free agency market. Yeah, he might be if they can get something squared away. Unless I mean, and the latest is, what's going to happen with Aaron Judge. I mean, will he test free agency? Will they get a deal done soon for him? It has to get done, though. It has to get done. So, we'll see. We'll see what's going to happen with Aaron Judge these next couple days for sure. Again, there's no contract talks right now for Aaron Judge, and things could be pretty much down haywire from here on out. So we shall wait and see what happens, next couple days. All right. Also, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if maybe I did not mention this, but the Atlanta Braves, Luke Jackson, ladies and gentlemen, has a UCL damage in his throwing arm. That is also the latest report coming from there. So he could be seeing time away. I think the latest reports from he could be seeing some. He could be seeing some serious time away from baseball. So again, the Atlanta Braves have announced that Luke Jackson has a UCL damage in his throwing arm. So not good news there for Luke Jackson and the Atlanta Braves. All right. Let's see. All right. So, a lot of you, ladies and gentlemen, have been asking about the Nike Connect jerseys. So, the Nike Connect jerseys, ladies and gentlemen, they have been famous. Not only in Major League Baseball, but they have also been famous in the NBA. And I believe they were introduced maybe 2 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. Either 2 years or 1 year ago. The Nike Connect jerseys were introduced to the league. of Major League Baseball and the NBA. So with that being said, with Nike Connect jerseys being the hottest topic, there are a couple teams out there. I believe there are 7 teams out there that will be taking part and advantage of the new Nike Connect jerseys this upcoming season. Here are the teams that will be taking advantage and introducing the Nike Connect jerseys. Now, you already know a couple teams that already have the Nike Connect jerseys. One of those teams are the Los Angeles Dodgers, the San Francisco Giants, I think the New York Mets, I believe they do, and also the Yankees and I believe the Royals. I believe they're all not the Royals. I'm sorry. There's another team out there that is that already has the Nike Connect jerseys. I believe they are the Baltimore Orioles. I think so. So with that being said, folks, here are the teams that will be introducing the Nike Connect jerseys this upcoming season. You got the Washington Nationals, who will be introducing their Nike Connect jerseys on April 9. You got the Houston Astros, who will be introducing the Nike Connect jerseys on April 20th. You got the Kansas City Royals, who will be introducing the Nike Connect jerseys on April 30th. You got the Colorado Rockies, who will be introducing the Nike Connect jerseys on June 4th. You got the Los Angeles Angels, who will be introducing the Nike Connect jerseys on June 11th. You got the Milwaukee Brewers, who will be introducing the Nike Connect jerseys on June 24th. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, you have the San Diego Padres, who will be introducing the Nike Connect jerseys on July 8th of 2022. I think the Chicago Cubs also are, they already have the Nike Connect jerseys as well. So the Nike Connect jerseys are pretty awesome. They look fresh. They look truly amazing nonetheless. And those are your teams. I believe 7 or 8 of them are going to be coming in to be a part of the new Nike Connect jerseys. So seven teams. 7 teams will be taking part in the Nike Connect jerseys this upcoming season of Major League Baseball, which is truly, truly great indeed. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go over some let's go over some off-season signings from Major League Baseball. We already went over Major League Baseball news from this past week. We're going to go over the signings in a couple minutes here. We also talked about the latest Nike Connect jerseys and also the season opener of Major League Baseball, which is 4 days away, and the minor league baseball, which is 2 days away nonetheless. But ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about the Major League Baseball signings across Major League Baseball. So with that being said, let's talk about a couple signings that we saw from Monday. I don't know if we had any signings on Sunday. I'm gonna double check, but we're gonna go through Mondays and and Sundays. All right, so let's see. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go over some Major League Baseball signing news with you all. All right. Let's first and foremost start off with your March 27 signings. First and foremost, the Cardinals have signed designated hitter Albert Pujols to a one-year contract worth $2.5 million. So, ladies and gentlemen, speaking of Albert Pujols, again, him signing that one-year contract worth $2.5 million. The latest report also is Albert Pujols announced that this will be his final run with the St. Louis Cardinals. Yes, this will be his final run, ladies and gentlemen. What a career for Albert Pujols. So again, he has made it crystal clear this past week, according to articles, according to the media, according to research, that Albert Pujols, again, rejoining the St. Louis Cardinals, this will be his last year with the Cardinals organization in baseball. All right. Also, the Cubs have traded infielder Sergio Alcantara to the Diamondbacks for cash. Diamondbacks signed infielder and outfielder Ketel Marte on a huge contract that's worth for 5 years, worth $76 million extension. Also, the Dodgers have traded first base Matt Betty to the Padres for infielder River Ryan. The Marlins have claimed right-handed pitcher Tommy Nance off waivers from the Cubs. The Phillies have traded infielder and outfielder Luke Williams to the Giants for third baseman Will Tafoya. And also the Yankees have signed the Yankees, ladies and gentlemen, have signed starting pitcher Shelby Miller to a minor league contract. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, on March 27, starting pitcher Mike Fierce has signed with Mexico's Llanos de Yucatan. That is also the latest report there from March 27th of 2022 for the Major League off-season signings. On March 28th, the Minnesota Twins have signed starting pitcher Chris Archer to a one-year, $3.5 million contract. On March 29, the Milwaukee Brewers have signed starting pitcher Jose Urena, to a minor league contract. Mets also have claimed right-handed pitcher Yohan Lopez off waivers from the Marlins. And ladies and gentlemen, on March 29, 2022, the Philadelphia Phillies have traded outfielder Adam Hesley to the White Sox for pitcher McKinley Moore. On March 30th, 2022, the Toronto Blue Jays have signed outfielder Dexter Fowler to a minor league contract. Also, the San Diego Padres have signed Actually, excuse me, the San Diego Padres have traded pitcher James Norwood to the Philadelphia Phillies for infielder Kerwin Pichardo and cash considerations. That was on March 30th, 2022. On March 31st, the Los Angeles Angels have signed right-handed pitcher Wander Serio to a minor league contract. The Diamondbacks have traded infielder Josh Van Mester. The Diamondbacks have traded infielder Josh Van Meter to the Pirates for right-handed pitcher Lister Sosa. And the Minnesota Twins have signed right-handed pitcher Jake Petrica to a minor league contract. On April 1st, 2022, the Arizona Diamondbacks have signed shortstop Mariel Kelly to a 2-year, $18 million extension. So the Diamondbacks have signed shortstop Mariel Kelly to a 2-year, $18 million extension. Also, the White Sox have traded right-handed pitcher Greg Kimbrell to the Dodgers for outfielder A.J. Pollock. And then on April 2nd, 2022, the Guardians have signed right-handed pitcher Emmanuel Clace to a 5-year, $20 million extension. The Rangers have traded Jose Trevino to the Yankees for right-handed pitcher Albert Abreu, pitcher Robert Alastro, and also right-handed pitcher Wade Libbick retires after 13 seasons, ladies and gentlemen, from the St. Louis Cardinals. So, what a career. What a career for Wade Libbick. Excuse me, from the Baltimore Orioles. Wade Libbick used to play for the Oilers. He used to play for the Pittsburgh Pirates. And he used to play for the St. Louis Cardinals. And pretty much you name his triumphant career nonetheless. Nonetheless. I mean, when you talk about let's talk about Wade Libbick here a little bit, folks. His career stats for Wade Libbick. Again, he spent one season with the St. Louis Cardinals in 2021, and then he spent 2 seasons with the Baltimore Orioles in 2020 and 2021. And then with the Mariners, he spent 2 seasons in 2018 and 2019. He spent 1 season with the Pittsburgh Pirates in 2017. Spent 1 season with the Seattle Mariners in 2016. And then with the Pirates in 2016. And also with the Yankees in 2014. And also with the Los Angeles Angels in 2014. Also with the Houston Astros in 2013, and with the Marlins in 2013, and with the Marlins in 2012, and with the Padres in 2011, and with the Padres in 2010, and with the Padres in 2009, and with the Padres in 2008. So he spent with the Padres from the year 2008 all the way through the year 2013 before going to the Astros, Angels, Yankees, Pirates, Mariners, Oilers, Cardinals. And what a career. What a career for Wade Libbick, ladies and gentlemen. What a career. What a career for Wade Libbick. All right. So, with that being said, I think that is all for Major League Baseball. Major League Baseball. So we went over the offseason signings this past week. We went over some news. We talked about the Nike Connect jerseys and which 7 teams will be joining in on the Nike Connect jerseys. And also, we are 4 days away from the season opener of Major League Baseball and 2 days away from the minor leagues of baseball. All right, now the final team to talk about is the NBA. We are going to talk about the NBA news, the latest on the NBA playoff picture, the NBA MVP race, and also we're going to recap scores from your Saturday, along with predictions for your Sunday before tip-off. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 12 o'clock p.m. We are going to go to overtime. Yes, we are going to go to overtime. We are going to take a short break. We'll be right back. Stay tuned as we are going to close it out with NBA news and NBA coverage coming up here on Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. All right, until then, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break. We'll be back in a couple minutes. We won't be long. So take a brief break here. We'll be right back. Enjoy some music. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. Sorry for the brief delay. We had to go on a commercial break real quick. We are in overtime. The last thing we're going to talk about on our podcast edition is the NBA. Yes, we're going to talk about the NBA. We're going to cover some news. We're going to cover some NBA scores from your Saturday, along with Sunday predictions. We'll go with that as well. And again, we're going to talk about the MVP race, and we're going to talk NBA playoffs. So, with that being said, let us talk about the NBA playoffs. No, actually, the NBA games that are happening today. Well, yeah, today, and also the games that we had yesterday on your Saturday. Let me see. Hold on, one more thing here real quick before we get started. All right. So, we got games coming up at 1 o'clock in the NBA. So we might as well start off with some predictions and break down the scores from yesterday. We had 5 games yesterday. In the NBA, we'll go over those with you right now. 76ers beat the Charlotte Hornets 114. The 76ers beat the Charlotte Hornets 144 to 114. That was your final score yesterday in that matchup there. Also, the Cleveland Cavaliers, they beat the New York Knicks 119 to 101. Your final. The Brooklyn Nets, again, oh my God, what's wrong with the Brooklyn Nets? They lost to the Atlanta Hawks 122 to 115, your final score. We're going to get a little bit more details on the Brooklyn Nets here in a couple minutes. As they are right now currently the number 10 seed in the play-in tournament. So they're looking out on the outside right now. Yeah, with their losing streak. And not to mention losing to the Hawks did not help at all. So again, the Hawks beat them 122 to 115, their final score yesterday. Also, the Miami Heat, they beat the Chicago Bulls and DeMar DeRozan 127 to 109. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, the Golden State Warriors without Stephen Curry. Again, we're going to get to Stephen Curry here in a couple minutes. The Golden State Warriors, they beat the Utah Jazz 111 to 107, your final score in that matchup. All right. So, that were your 5 games from the NBA as of Saturday. All right, we got some games going on today. Let's go over them with you. We got, I believe, 2 games that start at 1 o'clock. You got the Washington Wizards against the Boston Celtics. Man, I'll tell you what, folks. Boston Celtics, Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, they are, without a shadow of a doubt, the best dynamic duo in basketball as of right now. As of right now, there is no ifs, ands, or buts about it that Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum are the elite dynamic duos of the Boston Celtics franchise organization. And they're proving it. They're proving it. Lights out basketball. Lights out basketball indeed. I mean, folks, I want to talk about the Boston Celtics and their amazing run that they had. In the beginning of the season, the Boston Celtics, ladies and gentlemen, they were 18-21 to begin the season campaign. All of a sudden, after that run, they've been on an incredible winning streak of a run. Incredible winning streak of a run. The Boston Celtics have been on a pretty much, I'm gonna throw some guessing numbers out there right now, but they've been dominant, lights out basketball they've been playing. And I would say between Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, they've been anywhere from 30 plus wins to maybe 2 to 3 losses as their record. Ever since going the beginning of the season, 18-21 to begin the season campaign. What a season turnaround. What a season. So, whatever was being said in that locker room, in that Boston Celtics locker room, because you all recall that Jaylen Brown was frustrated with the Boston Celtics and how this organization was falling apart. Well, Jaylen Brown fired up that Boston Celtics team and fired up Jason Tatum in itself, in its entirety. That organization all of a sudden did a whole 360 turnaround in getting this organization back on its feet and getting back to its winning victories nonetheless. Ladies and gentlemen, don't be shocked if the Boston Celtics have a huge championship run in them. If not this year, they're capable of doing it next year. Definitely. I mean, this Boston Celtics team is incredible. I don't know what. I have no idea what was said in that locker room. I wish I was a part of that locker room to really find out what was being said. And what they did in that 360 turnaround to get the Boston Celtics to where they're at today. So speaking of the Boston Celtics, folks, they are 38-30 on the season. For the Washington Wizards, they're 34-43. I like the game today for the Boston Celtics to win this game. That game is scheduled for 1 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. So I like Boston at home. They will knock off the Washington Wizards. Also, it's scheduled for 1 o'clock p.m. today. You got the Dallas Mavericks against the Milwaukee Bucks. I like the Bucks in this one against the Dallas Mavericks and Luka Doncic. Also, ladies and gentlemen, Denver Nuggets against the Los Angeles Lakers. That game is scheduled for 3:30 p.m. You know what? I mean, what do we need to talk about the Lakers that has not been talked about already? Ladies and gentlemen, the Lakers are looking in right now. They are out of the play-in tournament. They are looking in. Right now, the Los Angeles Lakers are 11. They're 11. They're the 11th seed. That's where they're standing at. They are in the 11th seed right now, ladies and gentlemen. That is where they currently stand in the playoff picture. Not really the playoff picture, in the play-in tournament picture. That's where they stand at. And guess who's looking in right now? Greg Popovich and the San Antonio Spurs. Yeah. You got the Spurs looking in. You got the Pelicans looking in. You got the Charlotte Hornets looking in right now. And the Lakers are out of it. Ladies and gentlemen, for the Lakers to be even remotely considered for the playoffs, to be even considered for the playoffs, for the Los Angeles Lakers, they have to go on a 5-0 run. They have to go 5-0 the rest of their games, or they have to win at least maybe 3 out of their 2 games, I believe, and they have to have some help. Yeah, I mean, I think San Antonio Spurs have to lose all their games for them to be eligible. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Can you believe that the San Antonio Spurs are the talks of this play-in tournament? Crazy. Crazy, crazy. And they were not even being talked about a couple weeks back. Well, I mean, we did mention them on our recorded podcast that the San Antonio Spurs were knocking on the door to, potentially triumphant the Los Angeles Lakers. But, I mean, can you believe it really has come down to this, though? Incredibly insane. Incredibly insane. So with that being said, yeah, they're looking in. They're looking in right now. So the Los Angeles Lakers, ladies and gentlemen, they are 11. They are number 11. They go up against Nikola Jokic, and you know what? It doesn't get any better. It does not get any better for the Los Angeles Lakers, folks. So, I do like the Denver Nuggets on the road, scheduled for 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time today. You got the Detroit Pistons against the Indiana Pacers. I like the Pacers. That game is scheduled for 5 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time today. Also, you got the Philadelphia 76ers. They're on the road against the Cleveland Cavaliers. I like the 76ers against Cleveland. That game is scheduled for 6 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time later on today. Also, you got the New York Knicks against the Orlando Magic. I believe New York Knicks could pull off a W here. They'll be on the road in Orlando. Again, that game is scheduled for 6 o'clock p.m. I like New York against Orlando. The Miami Heat against the Toronto Raptors. I like the Miami Heat. That game is scheduled for 7 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time later on today. I think you got 4 games scheduled for 7 o'clock p.m. So you got the Miami Heat against the Raptors. I like the Heat in that one. You got the Phoenix Suns against the Oklahoma City Thunder. Of course, you like the Phoenix Suns in this one. That game is scheduled for 7 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. You got the Portland Trail Blazers against the San Antonio Spurs. I like the San Antonio Spurs in this one. That game is scheduled for 7 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. Also, the Minnesota Timberwolves against the Houston Rockets. I like Karl Anthony Towns here. I think they'll pull up a W on the road in Houston against the Rockets. Also, you got you got 1 o'clock, and you got one game that's scheduled for 9 o'clock. You got the other games scheduled for 9:30. The first one is the Golden State Warriors against the Sacramento Kings. I like the Warriors in this one against Sacramento. That game is scheduled for 9 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, you have 12 games going on today. The final game of the night, it will be the New Orleans Pelicans against the Los Angeles Clippers. I like the Clippers in this one, so I believe the Clippers could edge out a victory against the New Orleans Pelicans for sure. So, with that being said, those are my predictions for your Sunday before tip-off time, where those are the teams that will be victorious before tip-off time for your Sunday. All right. So we did talk about Saturday. Sunday tip-off predictions, we gave those to you. We're going to go over some NBA news, and we're going to talk about the MVP race in the NBA. And then we're going to talk about the playoff picture in the NBA. First and foremost, ladies and gentlemen, let's start off with some NBA news that needs to be covered in the NBA. Let's see here. Actually, you know what? Before we start with NBA news, let's start off with the MVP race. Yeah, I'd like to start off with the MVP race. So, with that being said, here's the MVP race so far in the NBA. You got number 1, Nikola Jokic. Number 2, Giannis Antetokounmpo. Number 3, Joel Embiid. Number 4, Jason Tatum. Number 5, Devin Booker. Number 6, Luka Doncic. Number 7, DeMar DeRozan. Number 8, John Morant. Number 9, Kevin Durant. And lastly, ladies and gentlemen, number 10, Karl Anthony Towns. All right, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to Chris Paul this past week for achieving total steals. Yeah, he did. And I think this past week, Chris Paul made his triumphant return from an injury. So, what a good way to get recognized for the most steals in a total season. So, with that being said, I think he did pass, I believe, Mr. Gary Payton. Yes, he passed Gary Payton. Gary Payton, ladies and gentlemen, was 4th on that all-time total steals list. Unfortunately, he dropped down to number 5. So you're talking about top 5 total steals when it comes to Josh Stockton, Jason Kidd, Michael Jordan, Chris Paul at number 4 with 2,446 total steals, and Gary Payton with 2,445. So again, congratulations to Chris Paul, your all-time leader in the regular season for total steals at 2,446 for Chris Paul. So awesome stuff indeed by the greatest man in the Phoenix Suns organization. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, more NBA news. Let's talk about the NBA news to go over with you. First and foremost, ladies and gentlemen, let's see here. All right. Congratulations to the Cleveland Cavaliers on clinching playoff berth and having a winning season for the first time since 1998 without LeBron James. Yes. Also, ladies and gentlemen, more NBA news to go over with you. According to reports and sources out of the New York Knicks organization, Julius Randle is likely to miss the rest of the season with a quad injury. Now, there's been a lot of reports buzzing about Julius Randle. Will this be Julius Randle's last season with the New York Knicks? There has been speculations going on about that. I mean, we're gonna look into more a little bit on Julius Randle's situation, but this could be Julius Randle possibly his final well, not final career, but it could be his final season with potentially with the New York Knicks, as speculation and rumors and according to reports and sources that. He could be looking out. I mean, he could be testing free agency or maybe looking to get traded. Who knows? But that is the latest reports coming from there, from the NBA. All right. Let's see. Also, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to Los Angeles Clippers. Los Angeles Clippers organization, ladies and gentlemen, they scored 153 points against the Milwaukee Bucks without anyone on the court averaging more than 12 points per game this season. Yeah. Congratulations to to the Clippers on scoring 153 points against the Milwaukee Bucks. And they did that this past week, ladies and gentlemen, without anyone on the court averaging 12 points per game. Can you believe it? Yeah. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, Stephen Curry, the latest update on Stephen Curry from NBA News. Ladies and gentlemen, that Stephen Curry, his ankle sprain, will be reevaluated on April 11, and he's expected to return for the playoffs. So that is the latest report from Stephen Curry. He has announced that he's going to be out for the remainder of the regular season, and he is expected to be reevaluated on his ankle sprain come April 11th of 2022. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to go over some bench points from the Major League, not from the Major League Baseball, from the NBA season. First and foremost, here are your bench points from the NBA season so far this season. You got the Miami Heat, ladies and gentlemen, sitting at 3,082 bench points. They are sitting at number 1 with 3,082 bench points. The Houston Rockets are sitting at number 2 with 3,081 bench points. The Los Angeles Clippers are sitting at number 3 in bench points with 3,041 points. The San Antonio Spurs are currently sitting at number 4 in bench points, currently sitting at 3,002 in bench points for the San Antonio Spurs. Currently sitting at number 5, the Washington Wizards at 2,965 for the Washington Wizards in bench points for the 2021-2022 regular season. For the Memphis Grizzlies, they're currently sitting at number 6 with 2,958 bench points. The Utah Jazz, they're currently sitting at 2,931 bench points for the 2021-2022 regular season. The Minnesota Timberwolves, they're currently sitting at 2,931 bench points for your 2021-2022 regular season. And that is the Minnesota Timberwolves, ladies and gentlemen. The Detroit Pistons, they are currently sitting at 2,927 points in bench. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, the Denver Nuggets, they are currently sitting at 2,827 bench points for the 2021-2022 regular season. Yeah, those are your bench points for the 2021-2022 regular season. All right, ladies and gentlemen, according to reports and sources out of the NBA, Ben Simmons has filed grievance against the Philadelphia 76ers. Yeah, he filed grievance. He filed grievance under the Philadelphia 76ers. And also, ladies and gentlemen, he has resumed light on-court workouts in hopes and dreams for Ben Simmons that he is possibly hopeful to be returning for the NBA playoffs. So that's good news from the Brooklyn Nets that Ben Simmons is currently doing some light workouts on the court in hopes and dreams of returning. Yeah, I am talking about hopes and dreams, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully in return of the NBA playoffs. But then also, ladies and gentlemen, he has filed grievance against the Philadelphia 76ers. That is also the latest report coming in from the Brooklyn Nets organization that Ben Simmons, ladies and gentlemen, has filed grievance to challenge nearly $20 million in salary that's been withheld by the Philadelphia 76ers. Withheld by him from the Philadelphia 76ers. Yeah, can you believe it, folks? Yeah. So, yeah, he finally filed grievance, folks. He finally filed grievance. And I believe yeah. All right. So yeah, he filed grievance, and that's where and that's Stephen Curry, ladies and gentlemen. He'll be reevaluated on April 11th of 2022. He's out for the regular season, and he is expected to come back for the playoffs, according to him. Again, Ben Simmons is doing some light workouts on the court, in hopes and dreams of returning for the playoffs. And he did file grievance against him from the Philadelphia 76ers, nearly $20 million, according to reports and sources. So interesting. Interesting from Ben Simmons. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Also, speaking of sports gambling, NBA also dealt with some sports gambling this past week that I would like to share with everybody. So, there was a sports gambler this past week that put up $200 on the Washington Wizards, putting 13 plus points in the fourth quarter, and also putting a winning margin for the Washington Wizards to score 31 plus points on the Dallas Mavericks, which the Washington Wizards did do, and they accomplished. The Washington Wizards, they beat the Dallas Mavericks 135 to 103 in that final score in that one. Yeah, the Washington Wizards, ladies and gentlemen, they beat the Dallas Mavericks and Luka Doncic 135 to 103 in that game. And a sports bettor, he put up this past week, ladies and gentlemen, I think it was this past Friday, he wagered $200 on the Washington Wizards to score 13 plus points in the fourth quarter. Out of that $200 wager, the sports bettor, he won $20,000, folks. Yeah, $20,000. And then, ladies and gentlemen, in the winning margin, the sports bettor, he bet that the Washington Wizards would score 31 plus points, and he wagered $200, ladies and gentlemen. And out of that $200, ladies and gentlemen, the odds again for that winning margin was $1,900. That sports bettor won $4,000, folks. So combine all that, the customer won $24,000. Yeah. The sports bettor won $24,000, ladies and gentlemen. Altogether, overall. Overall, he won $24,000, folks. I mean, the sports gambling for the Washington Wizards in the fourth quarter to be up 13 plus points, that margin right there was $10,000 right there. The sports bettor put $200 out of those odds. The sports bettor won $20,000, folks. Yeah, congratulations. Definitely, congratulations. Indeed. Indeed. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, we are going to talk about the playoffs. All right. How are the playoffs shaping up? And a lot of people are asking and buzzing. So, ladies and gentlemen, the play-in tournament begins on April 12th, 2022. The playoffs begin on April 16th, 2022. Now, if the playoffs started today, ladies and gentlemen, if the playoffs started today, the Phoenix Suns would be at number 1 with the best overall record at 62-15. Dallas Mavericks would be at 48-30 as your number 4 seed. The Utah Jazz, they will be at 46-32 as your number 5th seed. So it would be the Dallas Mavericks versus the Utah Jazz. And then you got the Golden State Warriors, who are at 49-29 as your number 3rd seed. Facing off against the Denver Nuggets, who are the number 6 seed, sitting at 46-32. Now, this all could change because you got 12 games going on today. You got 12 games in the NBA going on today. These all could change. Definitely. Definitely these all could change. And then you got the Memphis Grizzlies. Again, ladies and gentlemen, speaking of the Memphis Grizzlies, what an incredible run that the Memphis Grizzlies are truly, truly having. That they are 55-23. Look at that impressive record. And they were 20-3, ladies and gentlemen, last time I checked, without John Morant, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, how impressive. How impressive are the Memphis Grizzlies to be without John Morant on a 20-3 run without him. And look at this impressive record by the Memphis Grizzlies. Truly amazing. I think they could possibly hit 60 points before the season's over. So that's the Western Conference picture here. And also, here are the play-in. Well, let's get to the play-in. The New Orleans Pelicans, they are number 9 right now at 34-43. You got the San Antonio Spurs at 32-45. They're the number 10. You got the Minnesota Timberwolves at 44-34 as your number 7 seed. And then you got the Los Angeles Clippers, who are 38-40 as your number 8 seed team. The number 8 seed team. Here's the Eastern Conference picture. You got the Miami Heat, ladies and gentlemen. The Miami Heat are currently sitting at 50-28 as your number 1 seed. You got the Philadelphia 76ers, who are the number 4 seeds, currently sitting at 47-30. If the playoffs started today, they'd be facing the Toronto Raptors as your number 5th seed team. For the Boston Celtics, they're the number 3rd seed team. They're at 48-30. If the playoffs started today, the Boston Celtics will be facing DeMar DeRozan and the Chicago Bulls team that are sitting at number 6. They are 45-33. The Milwaukee Bucks, they are 48-29. The defending NBA champions, they're sitting at number 2. And ladies and gentlemen, here are the play-in for the Eastern Conference. You got the Charlotte Hornets, right now currently sitting at number 9 with a 40-38 record. And then you got the Brooklyn Nets, who are 40-38, sitting at number 10. And then, ladies and gentlemen, you got the Cleveland Cavaliers, sitting at number 7 with a 43-35 record. And then you got the Atlanta Hawks that are sitting at 41-37, sitting at number 8 overall seed. Now, here's how it works. If the number 7 and number 8 seed were playing each other, which of course is the Cleveland Cavaliers and the Atlanta Hawks, let's say, hypothetically, educated guess here, the Cleveland Cavaliers, they win this basketball game. So the Cleveland Cavaliers would advance automatically to face the Milwaukee Bucks. Now, what happens to the Atlanta Hawks? The Atlanta Hawks, they would have to wait the winner of the number 9 and the number 10 seed. So, with that being said, the winner of the number 9 and 10 seed here let's say the Brooklyn Nets, they knock off the Charlotte Hornets. The Charlotte Hornets, they're eliminated. Yes, it's a win or go home here, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, it's a win or go home. For the Charlotte Hornets and the Brooklyn Nets, there is no tomorrow. It's either you win or you're out. Simple as that. Alright? You don't get a second chance when you are the number 9 and the number 10 seed. So let's say hypothetically, the Brooklyn Nets, they beat the Charlotte Hornets. So now, ladies and gentlemen, it comes down to the Brooklyn Nets versus the Cleveland Cavaliers. Alright? Now, ladies and gentlemen, because the Cleveland Cavaliers, they punched their ticket to play the Milwaukee Bucks, now that leaves the number 8 seed. Who will it be? Will it be the Brooklyn Nets or will it be the Atlanta Hawks? So, with that being said, hypothetically, here we go, an educated guess again. Let's say the Brooklyn Nets knock off the Atlanta Hawks. The Brooklyn Nets would be the number 8 seed team to face off against the Miami Heat. That's how your Eastern Conference playoff picture would look like if the playoffs started today. Same with the Western Conference picture. If the playoffs started today, if Minnesota Timberwolves were playing against the Los Angeles Clippers, hypothetically, let's say the Clippers knock off the Timberwolves. The Clippers automatically punch their ticket and will be playing the Phoenix Suns in the first round of the NBA playoffs. Minnesota Timberwolves, well, they'll be waiting the winner of the New Orleans Pelicans versus the San Antonio Spurs. Alright, so let's say the New Orleans Pelicans, they beat San Antonio. Alright, so now it is now Minnesota versus San Antonio. It's the Minnesota Timberwolves versus the Pelicans. Alright, so Pelicans, they beat San Antonio. San Antonio's eliminated, folks. Yes. So now it's the Timberwolves versus the Pelicans. Let's say the Minnesota Timberwolves, they beat the Pelicans. So now, ladies and gentlemen, Minnesota will punch their ticket and will be playing the Memphis Grizzlies in the NBA playoffs. That is exactly how it looks in the Western Conference and in the Eastern Conference if the NBA playoffs started today. That is your ball game. That is your ball game, folks. All right, ladies and gentlemen. With that being said, thank you for joining us on Worldwide Sport Updates. Your podcast, your news, your local community. Have yourself a great weekend. Enjoy your Sunday games. Ladies and gentlemen, again, the college women's basketball national championship is later on tonight. Tip-off time is at 8 p.m. Eastern time between the UConn Connecticut Huskies versus the South Carolina Gamecocks. It will be Paige Buchers versus Dawn Staley and Aaliyah Boston. It is going to be a heck of a night of a game to watch in the College Women's Basketball National Championship. And then tune in tomorrow night where it will be the men's college basketball. It will be the North Carolina Tar Heels versus the Kansas Jayhawks. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy those games. Enjoy Sunday. Enjoy the rest of your work week. And I will talk to you guys next Sunday on our live podcast from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Enjoy the rest of your work week, ladies and gentlemen. Have yourself one. Be safe. God bless. And also, tune in to our YouTube channel for Friday's recorded podcast for all the up-to-date sports that you need to know at your local community, your local neighborhood, and also across the world and across the country, wherever you may be. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Worldwide Sport Updates, your podcast, your news, your local community. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. Again, without over 1,000 subscribers, we can't thank you enough. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the rest of the work week. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Enjoy the rest of the games. And I'll talk to you guys next week. Have a good one and stay safe. Bye-bye.